we are. Welcome, welcome. Time for case 9. Let's see if we can finish today. We have less than 6 hours. So we'll finish off the cases, we'll go back for the trophies, and then we'll do the escapades. You're claiming that someone moved the notice board after the shooting. Tell me the court who. I don't know that yet. But the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now make one point very clear. And now we'll bear position notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion with the court. At the time of the incident, where was it maintained the notice board was situated? Well, he fell back onto the body, so it was somewhere over here, not over there. It was here. It was blocking the fucking body. This is the only possible location. Immediately adjacent to the doorway. If the court could think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and that he couldn't see the body. Back! If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view. Anywhere in that vicinity, yeah? And the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear dark. The accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door blew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of the Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know what you call it, a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Okay, it was me that kicked the door open. Kicked the door open or kicked the notice board down. If you look again at the floor plan, the door opens inward. Consider what would happen if the door was open with force. Dunk. That can't be. And the door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious. My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Order! Order! Order on the head! Futurama. Never let it die. Oh, let's see if anyone's on today. Actually, let's go to history a second. Yeah. Counsel, how has this not come to light? How has this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it to the position of police myself and my colleagues saw when we investigated the room. Witness, what do you have to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows there in the scene before anyone else. Goes without saying that you must have known something about the position of the notice board. The witness in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. Mystery of the moving board. I know there was a notice board there. I just want my hand on it, and that's it. That's all. Lights a match on her ass. Well, then look at me. I haven't got a clue. I was in business with some second years at my time. No. You were fucking making an explosive. I don't know anything about anything. I've just buzzed at me. It's just a sign. The crossroads of life. It was the Reaper, I bet. He's got in the face that screams bored. What? I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The effects are still when you heard the gunshot out. There was no gunshot. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp I wish to see, you can expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. I don't pay to expect too much. A man's endless quest for knowledge is destroyed by the world. That's what I think. Do you really? In any case, as the source testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by someone following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only one in the person in the scene. And in short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak Van Zeeks. Hey, the test trophy for this one is... Yeah, that's this one, right? Speak to Gina following... regains consciousness following the incident of Toby. You don't know a Toby yet. And we haven't gotten knocked unconscious yet. Baron Van Zeeks. None of this wrangling over the board changes a simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witness despite the circumstances? Fuck yes, we do, sir. Most certainly, my lord. Very well. Then you may proceed, Consul. They lie, and lie some more. Mystery of the moving board. I don't know anything about that. There was no board. I just wet my hand on it, that's all. So you admit that the board was what you wipe your bloody hand on? Admit it? What's to admit? They're plain as day all to see. Smashing print on my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide the handprint after you killed him. Grabbed the board and pushed it to the corner, did you? I don't know. Imagine the weight of that great lump. Look like a powerful, well-natured man. You see anybody else move the board? Got the nerves of steel, I can tell you. But even if I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and that's the Grim Reaper standing over it. He wasn't standing over it. There was a precious little light inside here. Bottom lip was all quivering. You know, you should get that look at it. It's probably a cancer. In other words, this witness is able to give definite testimony on that point. Yes, so it would seem. Gonna catch her at the moment. Not quick enough. Too early. Now I caught her. Yeah, let's share some screenshots now. Match. Like a match with that ass. How many of you? I mean, you can light a match for your ass. God damn it. Remove profanity to continue. I can't say ass, but I can say butt. Although look at me, I haven't got a clue of it. I was doing my business some second years at a time. You say you're doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks. Legal fireworks. Yeah, what else? There's the primary school just around the corner, see? Cheeky little so-and-sos have got a little plan to blow up their school to Kingdom Come. Huh. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh, have you, huh? You're playing both sides of the field. Yeah, well, we don't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with big, dodgy toys. Then praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then praise the Lord again, the kids come back to buy some more. Everyone's happy, see? What a racket. Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. They're busy all life selling explosives. Venus is a goddess indeed. So I'm telling barefaced lies. It was a kind of thing, really. Never felt good about it. Yeah, we'll go back to that. Scary. The important point is, you don't go inside a room where the inspector was killed. Is that right? You didn't go inside. Definitely not. Would have dreamed of it, would I? That sound. Sounds like the gunshot, right? Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? Beppo? If I said was just leave it at that, would that be the end of it? No. Miss Venus' statement now just brings something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts, deep philosophical thoughts. Huh? This was a girl, great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is my kind of thing. The rest are good at. So she's a liar. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case she is not a liar. Oh, a hellish paradox, that one. Don't you think? Is it a she? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me that you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? Staring at her. What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? He wants to light a match on that ass. Keep on like that. The big ones. And I'll wrap your whole body in fireworks and set them off. Give that something to tremble about. You're just... That's menacing the witness. From another witness. Witness intimidation. You're starting to disturbing my eye, that sweet, young, innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in the testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Yes, well, that means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Bitch is lying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? She was not on the street. Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshots seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up in the stairs behind him, too. She did. That's right. The rotten liar over there. Hee hee. So she was in the room. ... Do you mean to say that you in fact you take yourself to the scene of the crime after all, you fucking bitch? What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? No. We never heard that. Yes, you mentioned it. Well? The relation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? We knew firecracks put up such a punch. So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief. Oh, now that you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah? You clearly remember or you don't? Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Oh yes, my lord, of course. I say no. Fuck off. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek in the room might have happened. You make it a habit of lying, don't you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'll take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright, but if it did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. Can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know? Uh-huh. Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there's a dead body there on the floor. The truth, please. Oh, alright, just a bit then. I had to look to see if anything I could sell. So I did give the place a owner, but it was nothing to write home about. Lifting his bandit. Alright, now if I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. The truth, please. Oh, alright then, I thought there might be something I have underneath it. So I had blasted the flipping thing. Sorry, I flipped the blasted thing. Oh, no, she probably told the truth the first time. She blasted it back. Don't. You're telling us that you did move the board with explosives. I think I did slip out, didn't it? What? You damn bamfot. Warmfot. I don't believe it. That girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Oh, please. I should be so lucky. Imagine the truth. Now. I have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. A bit of junk like this can't be worth much, if you ask. Hey, Gina. So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it. Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch there was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The professor case, no doubt. The boys used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come to the pub. The boss used to wind it up. I see. Swept it off him once in the play. Me, was he upset? And he gave me a right earful. He said he hadn't missed a day in 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then. It's not that though. It's not all that though. Took it to Jezeb's last night, see how much it was worth. Old leader wouldn't touch it. Didn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. So you fucking broke it. You should have lifted it. Time of death was 3 p.m., right? Let me guess, the watch stops at 3 p.m. You should lift it. Watch must be submitted as evidence this once. Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when you're done. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you just to get your grubby mitts off it again. That's enough. And the watch of the bailiff, forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. Good lord. Glass appears to be broken. From the explosive. More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't take any more either. Which is why Jezeb didn't want it. What a waste, eh? Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped. At the hour of 5. 5? You mean he didn't die at 3 o'clock? Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. 5? I thought it was 3 o'clock. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Gregson's pocket watch has been entered into the court record. Inspector Gregson's watch said he would wind every day without fail. Longer ticking, the glassed over face is correct. Or all would appear that the mystery of the moving board has been solved at least. Gregson's pocket watch. You wind it every day without fail, and it was longer tick. 5 o'clock, so it wasn't 3 o'clock, but I guess it's 5. You know, so her face is really badly cracked. Shame that the inspector clearly took after it so carefully. Imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, do you? Yes, I do should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. I can't even remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Narrow. Not an odd job, man. Yes, he is. When the rent is due. What is this? Ah, there's a tiny keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yes, that's probably for the winder to wind up the mechanism. Looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? A bit of a key about the right size to fit in this hole. It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check over what we already have found. The fuck is here? Why is this broken? There's a tiny little stub sticking out from the small hole here. Look. Suppose it must have been a little knob or something that on setting the time. In that case, we know the inspector took such good care of this watch. It probably broken when the incident occurred, don't you think? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's some small part of the watch still at the scene. Maybe. Ah. The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. Not convinced about the charming part. But yes, you're right. Head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if someone has enjoyed twisting it around as for fun. Dot. Shall we twist it around too? For fun? What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though, it couldn't be a key for a door. Not that size. It's the four, I wonder. But it's been figuring. Model of the British policeman on the scene of crime in Fresno Street, giving a twist of the key-like shaft to pop off the base. Mrs. Zato, perhaps this key could be the key for the Inspector Rex's watch? Oh yes, it would be. Straight at once, not a moment to lose. Hey, it works. I knew it. A perfect fit. Look. The inspector's watch has started going again. So it's obviously not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mrs. Otto? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I think it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. Having wound it up, it started ticking again. Alright, so the watch is not broken. The explosive force, though. The period of mystery of the moving nose board has at least been solved. And as predicted, I have very little bearing on the case. Now done. Continue your cross-examination, please, Consul. I don't know anything about that. It's just bystander. Look at the crossroads of life. But you didn't see what happened in the room, did you? Fresno Street is my whole world. That's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high. So did you go see what happened? It's not the destination that's important, it's how you get there, isn't it? You notice the notice board on the room? If you think about it, we're both from the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. So if I spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of the sense of rivalry I meant. Someone really needs to tell you that you're a Homo sapien, not a Homo sapiens. I mean that you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything, I'm just a bystander, just a sign of the crossroad of life. In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board? We found out already. It's the Reaper, I bet. He's the space that streams bored. What the fuck are you on about? Oh, yeah. What do you mean by that? Is there anything else we have to examine? That was about the original execution, the dismissal notice, so... Miss Vigil. If only we had a firearms expert. For all the destination from the judiciary. As about who's issued to. In the past year, they've been engraving a unique serial number. They've been engraved with a unique serial number. Nice. Oh, so that's when it started, huh? As far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. Which shows that it must have been issued longer ago than that. Never point the gun at yourself to examine it. You just get shot in the face. The autopsy report. Explosive damage is over here, I guess. Okay, staying back. Remember, Red Hat Legion's advertisement. No. Sounds like a gunshot. What do you mean by that? Oh, come now. You can realize out here and notice. It looks like he hates everything in the world, young fella. But the not notice boards. It's the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes. I can't say I've ever noticed. Tell you one thing, Frito. Never took the eyes off the man. Or the Reaper. Not for a sec. How does that work? He's on the right side of the room and the body's on the left. Sorry? Oh, I was that scared I couldn't... You never know what a fiend like it might do if I look away, don't you? If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. That I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. Wouldn't have missed it. Having heaved that thing upright again and dragged it to the corner. Right, glad we cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored, like you said earlier? Fear your pain, Kazuma. Can't see how this changes things there. The detective still died when he heard the gunshot. Did you get some of the cheese sticks? They're always good at the moment. Yeah, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when you heard that loud bang, wasn't it? Maybe the notice board fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. The Reaper's fate is sealed either way because of the gunshot we all heard. Your fate sealed, so yours fate sealed too. My fate. That's right, the defense is safe to lose. Prosecution to win. So in other words, it all hinges on this single gunshot. So if we just find a problem with that part of the story, it'd be possible to change all our fates. Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it? Not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruto, there's no question that the notice board was moved. Somebody must have done it. But it did happen after the event, so Kazuma is right. It's not relevant to the case. seems to have been deliberately positioned as to hide the body from view. So I feel there would be some deep significance to all of this. Now what you mean? I have no doubt there are more clues that to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Alright then. Alright. We heard a gunshot. Or did we hear these firecrackers? No. Well, there's a clearly grounds of suspicion in the last statement. I'm sorry, Consul, but I fail to see why. Well, you know, I was just playing devil's advocate. Yes, you do appear to have something of the devil in you, Mr. Naruto. Says the man merrily dashing out penalties. With the watch then? I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh. At the scene, he found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, he discovered that it is in fact still works. You see, the watch did not stop because it was broken at all. In fact, completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises an entire case is built on. What? Hold on ahead. But Consul, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot. Like your firework? Yes, exactly the hour. Shut up. The time that was showing tells us nothing other than when it wound down. Really coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock. Even if that's true, the three of us all heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. It's obvious the crime was committed. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. Boss used to wrap it up every week without fail, and he was waiting to go up on at the pub. He hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing and winding it. Meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. Reasonably assumed that therefore they on the timepiece the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would entirely be reasonable. But if that's the case, you would expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock on the following day. Oh, I explained that. In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What will stop a man from winding a watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single day for evening for 10 years? Obvious answer is that he was already dead. All on ahead! Consul, that's the most extraordinary claim. Objection. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You think that he was already dead the night before? You think Scotland Yard's coroner could have overlooked something like that? Well, look at the report. Well, on that subject, there is something rather surprising. There is actually an omission in the coroner's report. Time of death is not noted. Ah, that's right. Wait a minute. Forgetting that my legs here went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand on that dirty great puddle of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. Get you on fast, don't you? That blood could be explained in a number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood had been poured over the victim after he. Does my learned friend think the fresh blood is available on every street corner? Ah. Well, it didn't necessarily have been a human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way of identifying blood as human. That's the problem of currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. Certainly a possibility it was an inspector's blood at all. Objection. But the gotcha was heard at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's beyond a question. Is it? Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, is it beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all? Oh, please, what are you trying to say? There's no what we heard. A lot of bang that came from that room. Now, you listen to me. The street seller's ears are his livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir. But you all state with certainty it's that you heard a noise. Eh? Explain yourself then, counsel. Noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with dun dun dun. Something like this. That you had me fucking pay for. Clubber go set off one of these as a fake a gunshot. Good gracious. Any fireworks are sold by the witness. Now hold on a minute. You're saying I did it? Pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyways. See? Not these little bitches. Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. Bang! As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. Trying to suggest that someone set one of these fireworks after the scene. I'm suggesting that someone knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a gunshot these peddlers of Fresno Street to hear. But even the accused himself had testified that he saw no one else in the room that time. Whether a gunshot or firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Baron Van Zeeks. One whiff of a match and my firecracker's gonna pop. See? That's why people like him. I fear for your fingers, young lady. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned a very useful invention indeed. Something called a, time bomb. Good heavens, a time bomb? A bomb? Yes, the device which allows you to blow up whenever you like, whatever you like. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. I worry about your unfortunate phrasing. May lead to another international incident. I missed the belt loop on my pant shorts. No, wait. It's the whole whenever you like part that's important. A time device? Yes, exactly. A time device. Something like that could have been planted in the scene. But I was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest that the time device is employed to catch a gunshot, create a gunshot sound? The candelabra? The pocket watch? You're suggesting this could have been used as some sort of time delay device? I did think so, my lord. But it's become increasingly clear that we've all been very misguided here. Objection. Yes, by you. What? No, Consul. Time has come for a penalty, without delay. No time to clear the area before the blast. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, Consul. Proof that there was something used to create an explosive. Around 10 years ago. Then they issued firearms. Scorch marks. Autopsy report. It has to be the autopsy report. Nope. Suggestions could have been used as a sort of time delay device? Didn't think so, my lord. It's becoming clear that we've been very misguided here. Yes, by you. We'll prove you how this is any other way that the defined device was employed to create a gunshot soon. Ah, the toy soldier. No. What's been used as a time device? What proof do you have to suggest it in any way that a time device had been employed to create a gunshot sound? It has to be evidence, not people. That's something surprising. It has to be the candelabra then. Yep, because it was blown off. Since there was no gunshot, the court has already discussed the tip of one of these candles, the candelabrum, has been blown off. Or indeed, because of a stroke with a bullet presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes. But is not the case. There was also scorching on the victim around the entry wound of the bullet. That's right, there was. But we heard earlier, scorching light only occurs when the target is very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Ah! Which means that the scorching of the candle can't possibly be a result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from a firework. Could that be? The fact that there is such a visible scorching on the candle suggests the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put another way, the candle and the firecracker were joined together. The culprit somehow attached fireworks to the point where partway down the candle. Killer has left the scene. Candle slowly burned down along with the other two, to eventually ignite the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. Dot dot dot. And that is how these witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Dot dot dot. Well, what a plot. And this implies the victim could have died earlier than what we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now hold your horses. There's lots of you victim going to the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame color hair even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously anyone could wear a wig. So the person the witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes ago before the incident could have easily been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say it was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick? In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Psh. Ha 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 ha. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke. Naruhodo. Kazuma. Really quite amazed you'd come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of time of death in this report, as stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Order! Order! Order on the head! Prosecutor Asagi. What on earth do you mean by that statement? I heard that many of the members... Heard that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just a conjecture. But while the possibility exists and my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly. I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing when he did go, and where did he go the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried on his investigation work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the yard? However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I say it's fairly apparent that the case was the man was pursuing. Fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend? Do you have a feeling about what the case he might have been investigating? Yeah, the Red-Headed League. Yes, I agree, surely. My lord, the defense believes they can explain the court's case that has been investigated by Gregson at the time of death. Inspector Gregson. Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence suggests that the court case being investigated by the inspector on the prior to his death, the Red-Headed League? I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. You might assume that it was part of the disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece will only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Exactly. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in the crowd. Except, that is, in the crowd of gentlemen of the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you already worked it out. What on earth is this about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. Deception of what nature, Consul? They have been targeting red-headed men across London and tricking them out of small sums of money. Two were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those two men to be summoned at once. Two redheads? Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using his hairpiece. It's very likely that he had a direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such a contract led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot, in good conscience, leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruto. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these two Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asagi. At once, my lord. Very good. We shall take a 30-minute recess. I have to take a shit. Court is adjourned. Part 1 complete. Nothing too important here. Right, let's try part 2. 22nd November, 12:23. The Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. Oh, it's still part 1? You want it to be continued? Ah, there you are, Odo. Hey, Pat, what gift do you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. You sure about what you said in there? The boss, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I. Possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. I was more shocked than all of you to put together. This is the autopsy report in question. This is the autopsy report in question, isn't it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. Suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was deliberate omission. Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in the mind of at least the last case we worked on, Dr. Seife and Dr. Seife. I know. Well, it seems that we're on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Dr. Gregson was investigating the Redhead League. So perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with the League too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken by the trick. No. Naturally. I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest really peaked slightly, and then by a rare scent of the weekly £4 income. Yeah, scent masked under the underlying scent of this deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question were apparently stopped being arrested yesterday, weren't they? And Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Susie. It was me who took him in. Thanks to the tip-off by the good law-abiding citizen. That smile. Indeed. Yours truly. So it's going to be that pair of the witnesses that stand, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Redhead League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hounding interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tar him with some same brush as you, Sholmes. Yeah, well, there's the whole issue of the Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Redhead League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, and Cosimo. Feels as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will be revealed. Observe the time with you fellows. He says it'll be over shortly. Yes, you're right about that. Cosimo was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense. What is he hoping to make me see, I wonder? Get the feeling that I'm a long way from the end from this trial yet. Are you ready then, Mrs. Otto? Yes. December 2nd, 1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Okay, now it says trial part 2. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session again. Resume the closed court hearing of Baron Van Zieks, here present who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asagi. My lord. Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? No, my lord. Yes, the two members of the Redhead League who had planned and carried out this deception. They arrived not long after the local prison by the police carriage. Very good. Bailiff. Usher the two men to the courtroom. Spaghetti-eating kid and some jackass. These two men are being held in police on the suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau, descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice in France. My name is Peppino de Rossi, and the third son of the great family of the Rossi, the landlords from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at the boarding school in the European nobility. So the graduate from the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to just be born with noble blood? Lord, make it my mission to go see better with the world by employing the little gray cells of my brain. That is what I'm trying to do. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying on? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? Yeah, the grand ideals and the pretty plan. The petty plan. A strange combination. It's a charm of the hilarious brothers. See, capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I've had two things to say to you. Oh, Che, what are you on about your grand anecdotes? And viva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me the Capo. Secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Chabello, there it is, the Capo's trump card, the furrow brow. Deep, Capo, the furrow, the meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Redhead League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui. C'est ça. And what exactly was this nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Lures, that would explain it. No, Capo. Leave it to me. You see, we both have a vivid red hair, no? At school we were teased for without pity. Then I punched him in the face. Capo here, many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Valley Fountain. These dogs, when they pay respects to me, are redheads. Every night he would bury his head in the pillow and weep for the justice. Just been, Peppino, enough. I'll explain the rest. The first step was a new paper advertisement. But before we put on the plan of operation, we listed his name notice on every paper in London. That cost some money. Yes, we saw a notice. Like it was like this one, I believe, entitled "To the Red-Headed League." Oui, c'est ça. I'm honored that you have seen it. It's the only one condition of joining a league is having flame red colored hair. If you're certified in panel and you're admitted to the league, you can receive a weekly income of £4. And on the day specified, the redhead hopefuls gathered in droves in the park specified in advertisement. From each person present, a pair application fee of 5 shillings. And why is this money to France? It was a plain, most elegant plan, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned that anybody was foolish enough to be taken by such an obvious trick. Peg was described by one witness as choked with red hair folk, like a coaster's orange barrel. All these men gathered the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present at that day. Oui, I have seen more redhead people in one day than I have seen in the rest of my life. See. And now every time I see the Capos there, I feel like sick to my stomach. Anyway, we have been summoned here today. Why? Sorry. To say for a trial's not till tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details of this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. De Rossi and Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony to court, subject to the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we had always agreed to help you with these laws. Witness testimony. The man in the photograph. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled at the park at Lime Street that day. But I don't recall that man in the photograph. It's a photograph, eh, Capo? No, I don't remember it. Obviously, he's dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the park. Laura, the victim, has nothing to do with us. You'll have to answer for it, Peppino. It's your fault that we got caught in the first place. He even swore testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. He may be certain. Oui, I'm very certain. We did not interview this man. No way like this. Keep him to the park. This I can promise. Must be noted that you were arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court will take little confidence in your assurances. Oofa, with this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh? He's really sulking now. The confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. Of course, the entry in the inspector's private diary the day before the incident. Reads Lime Street, Red-Headed League. Undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means that it's quite possible that he was killed. Why he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Ah, yes, my lord. The man in the photograph. He has more than 1,000 of these red-headed people assembled in the park in Lime Street that day. Thousand people. That's a very big crowd. So made 5,000 shillings. And quite a spectacle. The red ads that come over from all the capital. See, the capo here is magnetismo animal, eh? Nobody else could have attracted so many people. Could be born again and be the capo. All those people has the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. Are you suggesting you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? Oui, that we did. And every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names and then the money with their money. And we take their address as well. And then I tell them we take some days to let them know that by post finito, maybe 2 minuti a person. We start early in the morning and stop late in the night. So you earn 5,000 shillings in one day. That's a small fortune. Who would have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of them who was a great detective with a chemically altered red hair. But don't we call a man in the photograph, eh, Capo? He doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. It's yeah, he looked like he was trying to trick us. Don't like people who are trying to trick the other people. Says the con artist. Between them and 1,000 people with red hair, it would be very unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, senor, it may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. My opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, huh? Bro. No, I don't remember him. He obviously was dead now, but rest assured, he was not in the park. Probably tomorrow we'll go shopping for the things if like early in the morning. In the afternoon, right? But according to what you said, you spoke of 1,000 or more people that day. Please, that's true. My eyes were burning from the end was the day. Surely then you can actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Somebody has red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when 1,000 redheads crowding around. That is just an eyesore. Some other information you could give, maybe we could recall. Say, he's not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, eh? See, that's not if he has some other information. As there was a man with a red face, but with a mustache, but his mustache did not match the color, so I do not think I would have forgotten him. Pretty sure he did not have a mustache, huh? Oh wait, that's a crime scene photograph. Yeah, the mustache did not match the color. Kazuma said these two have only been shown a photograph and they had told nothing else. But what if they had I had fed them one... What if I fed them another detail, just a victim example? The fish and chips. Okay, I only appreciate that, the man had red hair for upper number situation. But have I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? When a man was eating incessantly? Not really. I only look at the heads of the applicants. I didn't notice the fish and chips and more as the caviar and smoked salmon. Oh, spaghetti! Me, I love a spaghetti. Really? I had no idea. Then tells them again what you said before, Peppino. See, Capo. See. Say it again. Alright, the victim has nothing to do with us. So, no assassin eating. They said they have a log, right? So with the name, they would know. The fish and chips would have been very distinct. His name. Certainly appreciate it. Just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help remember the situation. Told you that the man's name was Gregson. So, man, the photograph is Monsieur Gregson. Yes. Names, they are boring. I do not listen to any of them. But you write them down. Oh? It's not like a real interview, eh? Just for show. So I would have remembered the names. You said you wrote them down, though. So you're right. This changes nothing. And the photograph's not here. I said that. I see. Seems there is little to be gained from pursuing this point further. Let me get what you said before, Peppino. See, Capo, see. Say it again. The victim has nothing to do with us. So his profession. All we have left is his profession. It's really appreciated just knowing the man in the situation. So the man was happy he was actually a detective. The photograph? A detective? Yes. It appears you found your notice on the board of suspicious inside investigating incognito. Sorry, but these changes nothing. No detective came to the park. I was certain of that. I see. Yes, man, to game incognito, he would have said that. I'm the detective. Would he? Well, no, I suppose not. Sounds logical, but I must agree. Say again what you said before, Peppino. Let's take this again. 1/4 time. He was a detective, and he had. This changes nothing. Something to add, Mr. De Rossi. Mr. De Rossi. JSC. What is something to add? Some Parmesan oil, Parmesan olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh, what did you just say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You've already said enough. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good Lord. Order in the head, Futurama. Explain this Volface's testimony, witness. Simple, the man who was at the park told us he was an inspector. There was no such man. Madai, what do you think, Capo? You forgotten, eh? Not forgotten nothing. Nobody at the park came like this. Nobody this came like. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not two. Memory and at meals. That's it. When it's time to eat that pasta, no one is a faster. But you're inferior to me in every other way. So shut up. Top thought. See, damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. There was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. Hey, Eddie. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. I can be sure. Because to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. See, the man who came was younger. Face was clean shaven. His eyes were sadder, and his chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever, then. Yeah, not gonna be fooled. And took the obvious precaution and said, if you're really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here. He did not take no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had an identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification?
Should I get some playtime in before maintenance starts?
Oh, they're doing a minor patch.
think so.
Yeah, so I was like,
6.0, instead of being 6.0, it's 6.01.
6.01. This is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord.
So it's at 9. And ends at 5 in the morning.
Counsel, no incognito inspector will offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely, why would he expose his true identity? These papers are fake. Set Capo, you're a genius. As I say in Italy, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced he was a detective? He became very annoyed. He said, "You're under investigation." So I took his papers and I had him chased out of the park. It was fantastic. Oh, look, here's the identification. So you stole it from the man. He had it coming. He made us very scared. Plot point. 2 red-headed people had an application for 1 spot for a red-headed league. They charged everyone 5 shillings for an application fee. They interviewed 1,000 people. 5,000 shillings. That's quite a scam. But he was not who he said he was. Indeed, the person described does not appear to behave as a true inspector would have. However, I believe that we prudent to take these identification papers to be entered into evidence. Huh, but I like him. The inspector's identification has been entered into the court record. Identification claiming to be a detective and confiscated by Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi. Now let us return to the witness's testimony. Alright, we got some evidence. Only have your word for that. Alright. Metropolitan Police warrant card. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, this definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. That, well, I guess it's not fake. Wait, what? This is Scotland Yard's insignia. Looks genuine to me. But how? And the department identification number data details are correct as well. Since when have you known those? You mean to say? Well, that seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all. Inspector Gregson's identification card issued by Scotland Yard. Details updated. This looks genuine to me. The department identification numbers are correct as well. Well, that is Inspector Gregson's data. So only have your word for that. See, but what else can you do, eh? True. Oofa. We're not having much fun these days. How's the queue? Or are you already in?
Already in. I've been in for a little bit actually. It was like 500. I'm like 500. I'm like, bro. Normally at this time it's like,
at least 1,000.
Like, yeah, about 1,000 to 2,000.
Yeah, I saw some notice. Apparently, they're no longer selling the game, the complete edition, or the trial right now. So to ease with congestion.
Because like, there's too many people buying it, and there's so many people, so they stop the sales. Like, damn. What would happen if someone actually bought it before they even did that, just to be able to play the game?
I'm pretty sure it's just the digital sales, though, not the physical copies. But then again, there's no physical copies. Like, they probably stopped the Square Enix store sales, but I'm sure, like, on PlayStation Network, you can still buy at least the actual thing.
I don't know. Maybe they actually did completely stopped it on everything. I checked the PlayStation Store though. I mean, yeah, they don't want a lot of people playing the game. I mean, yeah, they don't want a lot of people playing the game, but yeah, there's already enough as it is. Like, probably more than WoW. So.
First we were arrested, then we were shown a horrible picture of a dead man, and now you question every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Eh, Capel? No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. You had to brighten that up, eh? It's not fair. Eh, Capel? You had to answer a lot, Peppino, but it's your fault that we got caught in the first place. Oh, really? Explain that. What do you mean by that? Cavolo, you promised not to say, eh, Capo? After you had taken all of the money that day, we should have left the country. So that was my plan. I left the purchasing the tickets to the ferry to the Dunkirk to my companion here. Dunkirk. But he bought them in the wrong way. Oops. How do you buy tickets wrong? See, but it was an easy mistake to make, huh? The 31st. Oof. I have no sympathy for you. We have the old day late of the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this so great red-headed detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think? I think it's the work of the god. It's a holy punishment, eh? Peppino, for the last time, this is not the only punishment. This is only your fault. Ah. So I blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with this anger. Maybe I make a mistake. But when the time was to eat the pasta, no one is faster. And I've seen the evidence. They haven't told us much we don't already know. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? It was the inspector's diary. It seems that they must have gone to Lime Street that day. Yet these two claim they hadn't seen him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they're the experts in deception, don't forget. Sounding plausible is their specialty. Maybe a living thing to avoid being complicated with this case as well. Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Well, yes, you do have a point there. Seems to me like we need more information. Definitely. Oh yeah, I think I left off like 86.5 or so. Almost 87, and I just reached like the 85 story. I still haven't seen anything about the job quest, but I think it's like Raza Han probably. I don't remember if that's what I posted in the group back then. For the job quests.
Huh? So what?
I'm trying to remember. Like I think I posted in the group about the job quests. I think it was at Raza Han.
Oh.
Because the story just took me back there, and I think it's probably there.
axe, sword, or bow. For smithing your bonds, the axe. For protecting your friends, for fighting and hunting both and bow. For fighting and bow, the bow.
I don't have any chat before 12:03.
Such fun she's been having, Daisy.
Yep, that's what I thought. Looking at something here, role quests are available at 85 in the story. Yep, so I was just literally left off just before unlocking it then. It's very weird to be forced to wait so long to do a job quest, but whatever the role quests are. Alright, so I don't recall the man in the photograph. He was not at the park. We'll counter that by showing you his ID card. Objection. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade. Why, Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel? If is it really a fake or is it genuine? That is the question, which we can't answer ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective will allow his or her identification to be stolen. Hold it. That is the boss's. No question about it. It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League enrollment on that day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Zoot allures! Order on ahead. Futurama. But the boss had his identification stolen. You'd have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always with me about him. So if you lost something, you report it at once, he said. Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically, aye? What are you saying? Unable to? You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed just before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. No! Order! The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? Yeah. I know it was a nothing. I done a nothing. Pull yourselves together, Peppino. What to do? Give me a little more masters of criminals than that, none? Yeah, now I wish to return to Italia. Yeah. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Limu, stop your whining as I start talking. Well, I believe the court wanted to hear your story, and I know nothing. Yeah, I done nothing. Yeah. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances in which you came by them. For crying out loud. Witness testimony. The detective in the identification. See, this is true. We took his prisoner and kept him as the night at our secret hideout. Even though it didn't sink in that he was a real detective, I was too scared to just let him go today, and just in case. We took the man's identification with him and shut him in the room next to ours. So it might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. The next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really. Yeah. Sounds nice, but sounds plausible.
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man?
But no. It's not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. Hey, Capo? It was never part of the plan. I swear it. Oofa, so you think it's all my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong by one little day. As soon as I think it is your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Before, Capo. It is not fair. Affair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back in prison, gentlemen.
Oof. I don't believe this. How could I have been such a real detective?
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
So the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in the pair's hideout. I'm assuming you have your Reaper 90 by now, right? See, the truth is, we keep the prisoner, and we kept him in the night as a secret hideout. Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me. I never intended that to happen. I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. Do you think? But is there nothing we could do? See, nothing else. It was the first crime of the capo. He was at his end of his wits. I've told you before, Peppino, that's not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house beyond the park of Line Street. Rented the place for like 2 days. I was impressed and inspired idea came from the capo here.
An impulsive idea, I would say. So they rented that specific room.
No, not impulsive. Inspired. Eh, Capo? What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino?
And it was the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? Oof. We have to remember, I was under the impression that it was a pretender and not a real inspector. That doesn't quite add up, though. You didn't think the man was a real inspector. There'd have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you're right, but we could not be completely certain. Even though I did not think he was a real detective, he was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. Too scared? Why? Because he had to come to the park. We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station and blow the whistle on us. He was just afraid to be inspector. He was up to no good, without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it is you two who were up to no good. Well, see, you may be right. Eh, Capo? See, the point is we were not able to escape from England immediately. So that's why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. What I don't understand is, why did the inspector feel the need to show his identification in the first place? See, I asked myself the same question. You were writing down the names and the address of all the people who took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what the name is, but the address, it startled me. See, the address. Scotland Yard Homicide Division, he said. What? You probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I politely asked, why is he said he... And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. Take him back to your hideout, you say. See, we did it, We took the man's identification with him and shut him in the room in the next 2 hours. So there's a second room in that building. The room next to theirs. That being his identification book here, correct? See, the man, that's the one there. What made you believe that it was a forgery? I've never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking it to be falso, eh, Capo? Oui. It's just as Peppino said it was. We were convinced that it was not genuine. So together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive. And all we did was shove him inside the locked room. And then we made preparations for the transport of all the money. Grrr. In for a penny, in for a pound. It might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And this next morning we let him go. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Buff, it was nothing. It was just a minor incident. The falso inspector was a real piece of the work. Eh, Capo? What happened? Oofa. It was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what he does is he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape to the ventilatore. Can you blame him? We chased him, Benzo, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Yes. Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Zoot, what do you think we are? Of course not. I simply got hold of him again, and we took him back to the room. Oh. Peppino's gonna contradict him again. We'll come back to that. There was really nothing more to it than that. And the following morning, you let him go, you say. Correct. It was an amicable parting. There's no trouble here. See? We shake the hand and say, let's do it again, huh? Not a whiff of perjury here. You spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really. Yeah. You took away the man's freedom, however uncomfortable you made him make a sound. You were holding him prisoner. You say that, and I say this. There's something that takes away your freedom too. The lack of money. So we are the prisoners as well, eh? All of us. No money, no freedom. That is the truth. It makes me mad. It makes me sad. What can we do? Well, you feel so as a franchise take money to court. Though it will cost you, of course. Oofa. There, you have it. You will have it. See? That's why we need the Red-Headed League. To fight for the justice. Perhaps he has a point. No, Mr. Naruhodo. All we did was give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. You say it was a prison, huh? Perhaps he has the point again. No, not again. No again, Mr. Naruhodo. You should have heard him snoring. Might die. It was so... If anyone was so disturbed, it was us. Not much to go on, really. The testimony does make you wonder, however, about this pocket watch belonging to the inspector. Yes, the one you treasure so much, apparently. He was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses are implying. You would still have been able to wind the watch. It's very true, yes. So the Inspector Gregson actually died while he was being held captive by the Redheads? In which case, it is possible that the two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's... To be honest, I find that hard to believe. Perhaps we should find out exactly what happened. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo, yes. It was the fourth one. Yeah. A little tussle. You caught him again. You didn't shoot him in your haste, did you? Alright, there it is. Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong? Aye, me? Something Mr. De Rossi just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was all that about? Cavolo, at times like this, you don't want to happen at Capo after you, believe me. And I speak from personal experience here. Personal experience? There's enough, Peppino. There's no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League in plan of action, I was scared. I was not fair to the Capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the Capo here, he came after me like the turbine, huh? He dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, don't I? Capo? Bruises, you say? He choked them out. Hey, you want to see? Let's see my fantastical bruises. There's enough, you know. Hello, Elf and Toga. Welcome to the channel. How you doing? Thank you for the follow.
No one wants to look at you, any part of you. What do I do? How do I show you or do I don't? I show you or I don't? You do, now. Allure, even if anybody wants to see, then I do it. The neck bruises. Echo, you see? They're very visible, eh? Ha ha ha. And who do we know that has neck bruises? Mr. Gossip. He was the one that they had kidnapped. He's the one that has stolen their passport. His investigation ID. Now that explains it. Echo, you see, it's a very visible, eh? That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house? See, the capo sometimes is very rough, and I said that is enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what you're talking about here. You have me word. Yes, what is your opinion, Consul? About this red ring around Mr. De Rossi's neck? I wondered, does it matter? Yes, it does. It's important. Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony to the details of the mark around your neck. Aye, Capo. So you see? Anyone is interested in what I have to say, eh? Oof. Very well. You will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi. See, if you want to know. He tried to escape, but the capo put the collar on him and dragged him back. Like what he did to me, see? So we know who he dragged back. It was not Inspector Gregson. Are you saying that the red mark was caused by... See, a big collar made from a letter. A letter collar? Is this true, Mr. De Rossi? What? Yes, St. Bernard at home when I was younger. A souvenir from the time. It's a very strong chain. A strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck? I'm sorry, I was really angry with him leaving me alone. Didn't have to tie that chain to a leg of a bed, no. I would not have tried to run away again. So he tied him up like a fucking dog. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Treat the people like an equal, as the capo's motto here, eh? It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison now, all of a sudden. The capo is tough, but the capo is a rough. I shouldn't have done it. So the following morning, when you released the inspector, he had the red ring around his neck, just like me, yeah. And who have we seen that has a red ring? Peppino, Silvus will play. Leave it now. You know what? The capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, but for the inspector, it's not so bad. Alright. So what evidence do we give? So we know who was captured. So it was not the inspector that was collared. What contradicts it, though? Ah, the photograph. He doesn't have the red ring, yes. Because the other guy has it. That was not Inspector Gregson. So the day before the body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not see that. It was like earlier prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only. However you describe it, there is one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is that, Counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. No ring. You will see that there is no ring visible around his neck, but we know who has it. But that doesn't make no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning. So the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put to the collar more recently than Mr. Rossi. Indeed. It's most peculiar. Carla has some from her cake, so I don't know if you wanted to have some of that. Is there still carrot cake, or is that gone?
I think there's just cookies.
If you want to get from both, yeah. Because she just had from hers a little bit earlier. It looks good, too. Well, what we tell you, huh? You can say this from the beginning. Many times, yeah. Oui, Peppino is right. The man is the photograph. Either someone different than the man we had kept it at night. And he had a fat lip? Order! 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 It would appear then that the other day before the incident, man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as a incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's conceivable that someone could have stolen such an important document from the inspector. That's a major assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note of the Red-Headed League in that diary for that day. Means he can't have divorced the two events completely.
What about like a third?
Yeah, or I could take like half. I already ate earlier, so. And just like a regular slice from hers. You can use this one.
Use this for yours.
You can kind of cut it like across and then kind of go deeper. Spider-Man.
I already had the other one.
And she has from the aroma earlier, so you can get a slice from that too.
I'm kind of full in the sense. We'll get one. Not both at the same time.
If anything, you get a small size or wait a little bit later. You can leave it out for a bit. It'll soften a little bit and just even sealed. I don't think her kid is hard though. Are those two pieces of chicken those left from the whole chicken, or that you got, or
Yeah, it was these two. This is also like the rice that should go with it for her. Because they gave like a Chinese rice for the chicken.
you bought all these damn gravy sauces? It's the original church one, wasn't it? I think everyone got from that yesterday. She used a regular knife.
Yeah.
There's plenty of knives here. Leave that inside.
have a chance to try out one.
It's a very tall peak.
Feels like an ice cream cake almost. Yeah, it feels almost like an ice cream cake. Thank you. Some cake for a snack.
The inconsistency should be noted by the inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson who these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising could be seen around his neck defies explanation. There is one, but equally they are more likely encounter an imposter. How did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have a plausible explanation, Counsel? Yes, we do. The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep up meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because these are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts cannot lie. Even when they point to something so incredible as it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned the part for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. Why don't you help us out and see whatever the truth is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly is the inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRossi and Mr. DeRossi? An imposter, not Gregson himself. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. No bruising can be seen on the victim's neck. The person the two red-headed gentlemen took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I have finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was the man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's right. Tell the story, the same story every time. The man was a couple dragged from the pillar to a post with a dog collar. Come on, Peppino. It's not so harsh to say, eh? So it was the false inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man that took prison that day. I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in that park posing as Inspector Gregson? Fat lip. Goodness me, isn't that one of the witnesses in the stand in the very courtroom earlier today? Nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passerbys. What on earth would the street celebrity be doing with the police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses? Is this the man or not? Fat lip. Has it happened to his lip? What has happened to his lip? Huh? See, the man is not from the Red-Headed League, right? He's looking for like the Twisted League, no? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. And seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. Eh? What? Defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order ahead! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned Winston back to the courtroom. Immediately! We are here. And there's the red ring. So his lip being red is new. Why, I never. A undeniable ring of bruising indeed. Not identical to what the witness beside him. Hey, what's going on here, eh? What is that to me? It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume that's the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. Aye, it's something about the inspector again. Let me tell you, you got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Of course I am. Trying to kill me with the nonsense, eh? Well, at least you have more stories to peddle back at Fresno Street, will you? Won't you? You're going to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRusso and Mr. DeRossi. I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? You have any choice? We're in the big trouble, eh, couple? It's quite enough dialectic chatter. Proceed with the testimony. The inspector and the identification revisited. The man who claimed to be inspector that day was definitely not this man. It's right to see. Don't forget the grand lips, eh? Never leave Fresno Street, alright? There's no interest in the Red-Headed League. I'm alone in the world. Me. No kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Look like I'll carry off the skies with this face like this. What happened to your lip? What did you get caught in? It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What did I tell you, eh? There's no need for this pointless testimony. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. Better come by. The police inspectors are vacant, okay? Well, yes. That's hard to explain, but... brief cross-examination, I think, Consul. Very brief. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I'm a stand steadfast at your side, Mr. Naruhodo. Same as always. The inspector identification revisited. The man who claims to be the inspector that day was definitely not this man. What's up, Hope? You want some cake? You can't have chocolate. You get some of the carrot one. No. No. No scratching the couch. You want a treat? I'll give you a treat. Right here. Hop. It's right here. Hop. Hop. It's up here. Go up. Go on. It's right here. Hop. It's inside your box. You don't have to be a hostile little thing. I'll give you two. The man who claimed to be inspector that day is definitely not this man. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? You were just saying you never saw Gregson. So there's no need to hurt your hands at the desk, Monsieur. Surely there's a reason is obvious, no? Because I have never seen before the lips like such as these. Nevertheless, there are clearly red marks around Mr. Gossip's neck. Very much like the mark left behind on the neck of your colleague for that prize collar. What to do was your words. It's like you're trying to wring me neck. It does very much look like my neck, no, eh? No, this is a birthmark, lad. Like a why you little? Birthmark. Biggest lips in London and the neck to die for. That's they both can mold what they made me. That they definitely did. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with this red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain you've never seen this man before. Oui, c'est ça. I saw it by the flames of my hair. So fiery pride has outgrown the frustration of your hair now, is it? This is right, so you think we forget these grand lips. Well, yes. I don't imagine I forget those lips in a hurry either. That's what I'm saying. For some reason, makes me want to eat how the Fabian called it, an eclair. Never seen the hair as black as yours or before either. Likewise, I've never seen a red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a nationality trait, eh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have grand lips. I pretty much doubt that. Well, I was born right here in Fresno Street. I never left. I really much doubt that. You probably slammed his lip on a door or something. Ooh, fine. That's the problem, see. You definitely not go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossam. Another thing say it to you, eh? No, that's Fresno Street, right? I have no interest in the Redhead League. So, you heard about the Redhead League, had you? Maybe he's allergic to the wig. You've heard of the Redhead League. You don't name like a gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on in town. So that states a bit of a few redheads that came past me. See nuts? I even got sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But as you can see, my hair's not a hint of red. The wig. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. Catch me sliding off in some other parts of town. I'll certainly not like... Uh-huh. I see. As it happens, after I sold Sandwich a little tidbit about the Redhead League, went and got himself some red paint from somewhere. God only knows from where mine. Speaking of this, he didn't have the gumption to drink, stuck his head in it. Alone in the world, I had no kid for nothing. Why would I be involved in such a thing like that? I mean, I have no family. Nope, none at all. So if somebody leaves a Fresno Street peddling tidbits to passerbys. Hoping, just because, that is actually someone else with lips like mine will come along. I don't think so. You may be right. Anyway, that mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence to ignore. What's the fellow to do then, eh? You don't believe me, then we're in an impasse. There's nothing I can do about it. Flick me lip. Looks like I'm not get anywhere around here unless I produce some proof. You're saying I got dressed up and posed as a fancy inspector, are you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Just look at me. Does I look like I could carry off with a disguise a face like this? Well, maybe you could say with a mustache or a fail beard to cover up that lip. Aye, perhaps. I was gonna stick to get a fake facial hair on the cover on this fine specimen. I end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Thought. Pardon? I assume my lips aren't entirely unremarkable. And I would ask you not to cast such a scrutinizing look in my direction, Counsel. Sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me. Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did. So perhaps he was hiding something himself. He could barely hide a crumb in a mustache of that size. And anyways, the detective we spoke to had no facial hair out. Let's see, the Capo's right. He was clean shaven. Certainly it seems beyond the realms of possibility that the witness could have been disguised himself as the victim. Aye, it does it? And it is. That's the extent of our testimony, is it? What's your feeling, Mr. Naruto? Well, Mr. Gossip said it was undeniable. Been all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. Perhaps yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. It's identical to one Mr. De Rossi suffered. Yes, that's true. Well, why does this whole disguise idea keep playing in my mind? The red hair. Alright, now I gotta get back to near the end of this testimony. Is that so, huh? Mr. De Rossi. This is so. Yeah. Yeah, can I help you? Then Mr. Rossi will lead you to something relevant, perhaps. It was the other day when I was looking at the place for near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of the Red Head League, yes. There's an housing agent in Lime Street, and here I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. Right? Mr. Gossip of a housing agent? He has some kind of contract in his, there were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. There left Fresno Street, man, like I said before me. Taking me for someone else. Someone with the same face. Oh, the Capo's right, I remember it too. It was paying the man with banknotes. With notes? Yeah, like I said, that wasn't me. Curious why this man with the dirty clothes and us had so much money. Look at the man's name on the papers. What name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, it was the man in late eyes. He tells you he has no name. But in fact, his name is Huge Bone, huh? Better than Mr. Gossip, I think, eh? See? No! We exposed it. It's his room. Peddler tidbits information, like I said, on Fresno Street. That's that. I don't know much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. It's not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. until it wants to. Very well, shall respect your wishes, sir. But your name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial. Assuming no objections? Objection, bitch. But sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance in this case. Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Sagi? Alright. That's the name of the room. As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. What capacity? Huge Bone. The name of the leaseholder of that room. Let me put it very simply. Victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. Suppose that might be the case, So your real name is Huge Bone? I very much doubt that. Because I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler in Tibbetstown. So I happen to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You do? Once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the agent on Live Street. I remember now. The two vulgar redheads in there last time. Aye, if either was as vulgar, is not a mio. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? I think I told you already. Didn't like talking about my personal. I'm a tidbit peddler of everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony and include the most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. Bone, if I must. Leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along. I went to the room where the fellow was found, it's true. What's the difference does it make? And you knew exactly what room to run into. So, you live in that room presumably, don't you? Do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed in there. Just a desk. Then why do you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should say that, really. Then how about the notice board in there? Which is covered from top to bottom of confidential documents only the police should have access to. No, that board's not mine. Inspector must have brought it along. Right, just carried it through the streets. I'm only on the other bits and bobs that belong to me. But that's in the chair now. You know, people don't generally carry enormous notice boards with them. Around with them. Real question is, why is the inspector killed there, in your room? Well, obviously, I have not the faintest idea. I mean, causing me no end of bother, but to be honest. It seems that Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Yep, I've kind of come across that way. More importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. I think there's one part of his testimony that is really bothering me now. That's why I'm finally going to undo this man. Alright. So what's the evidence we gotta present here? Damn it.
Just got my controller dirty. With sugar. Yeah, I did so well to avoid that. Is that this missing man, Mr. Virgil? Red curls. That appears to be him. Nope. Let's see, man. It's contradictory to this piece of evidence here. Undeniable. Undeniably. You say it's undeniable, Consul, but I fail to see any contradiction here at all. I think perhaps this itself is a contradiction. Indeed. Time everything. So that's for later. That's him, though. We have to lead to that. A photograph of his wife. We have to lead to that. Hey. Last name is... She's lighting a match with her ass.
Yo, no.
Yes.
No, she didn't.
She did that multiple times.
Dude, it's not her ass, it's the fucking table looking down.
Nope, she's using her ass. She stuck her ass out, went to match down, and did that multiple
Her
times.
ass is on fire. Oh, I was gonna say, hey, since you like that game, have you ever heard of Dragadama?
Which one?
Dragadama?
I think someone has mentioned it, but I haven't seen anything of it myself.
It's a really good game. I could say
And
it's just like that. You have to figure out who's the murderer, and you have to like keep, and then if you get the murderer right, you go into a really bad death scene.
yeah, it's kind of like like a graphic novel kind of game in a way. There's certain ones like it's not like where it's like literally like a point and click adventure where based on your choices it completely outcomes. There's just one main outcome, but it's the process of getting there that for Phoenix Wright games and this game.
Wait, Phoenix Rising is just like that?
Phoenix Wright is basically this game came before Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright was made after this game. This game was just only recently translated to English from British English and released as the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's like many years before that, and like Phoenix Wright, it was the Ace Attorney trilogy is like from the 90s. Yeah, if we wanna play a very raunchy Switch game, like I said, play Uno. Uno, a girl who chants love at the bound of this world. That's the full title of the game.
Right now, I'm playing Start on the Switch. I started this game called My Big Sister. It's like a scary game that looks like Nintendo era.
Like, you know what?
Super Nintendo.
One I kind of enjoyed, I did recently, my last Switch game before I started playing the Shin Megami games, like in this one, was the Call of Cthulhu.
Okay.
It's surprisingly, it's not that long, but it's a kind of similar, but you move around and do stuff, you investigate to find out what's happening.
Yeah. Like you meet Cthulhu
And it's a Cthulhu game, so
four other gods or something like that.
you know, one of the elder gods or something, you know, that makes you insane. And there's relevant story based on your sanity level.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, what you know is like, yeah, it's literally based on what you do or don't do. Like your entire path of what you can do in this adventure changes completely. What you investigate, like check out or don't check out, actually does change. If you go in this hallway or not, it can actually diverge the path completely. There's like a map that you can kind of, as you go through the story, it focuses on certain things. Oh, and the main character's nickname is the Walking Libido. This is a high school kid, by the way.
Oh boy. So Persona? Super Persona? Type.
Persona, but more heavily emphasizing on the girls aspect.
No, because the dude, the one dude in Persona 5, he was like the detective, but really he wasn't a detective. He was the villain.
Now, like Persona is basically a dating sim. So, like, you do have to date all the girls, but you finish your friendship at the
If
end.
you don't want to. If you want to get the like,
If you want to max the bond with them, you basically do.
yeah, but
But this one actually has, like I said, multiple endings too, like for you know. So, and there's like eventually you get certain items that let you kind of create like a save point. That okay, you got something else from before, or you wanted to come back to. Like, you basically drop the item there, and you turn back to the story at that point. So if you find something you needed to advance, like you can go back to there or take a different path from it, and you could drop the save point again before you do anything different. So you can kind of, like I said, you can kind of time travel to a certain point in the story. But even if you reach the end of the story to reach an ending, good or bad, then you get brought back to a certain point in the beginning anyways. No, I didn't want to do that. Alright, so we have evidence to prove who he is. But now, how do we point that this is relevant? What difference is it? Wait. Candelabra? Nope. That's not it. So why is it relevant? He used the gun. No? My lord, there are clearly grounds for being suspicious on that last statement. Sorry, Consul, but I fail to see why. Well, you know, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Yes, you appear to have something of the devil inside you, Mr. Naruto. Penalty. Says the man merely dishing out penalties. These are good games also to waste a lot of time with too, because yeah, like if you like one of those people who likes investigating little things, like you go to a cave, you look at all the areas of the cave, or you know, other games, try to find all the loot. It's a similar aspect to that. Not the wig. No. So what does it matter that the body was found in your room? ID card's not relevant? No? Not the crime scene photo. What is the contradiction? Stuff about the Reaper? No. The fireworks? No. You gonna set up the entire thing to happen? No. I guess we'll just present everything then. We're probably presenting on the wrong one. Shot at close range? Nope. We already tried the redhead rig, the figurine. I think it's not this yet. We haven't brought that into relevancy yet. This guy with his face, but what about with this wig? So what did we learn? We'll forget these ground lips. I'm pretty sure it's not that, but we can forget these grand lips. But then again, you saw a sea of hair. Nope. It's not this man. You're alone in the world. The wife. Yes, the photograph. You're not alone in the world. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, why do you have this photograph? Why is it... Explain why it is among these sparse furnishings we found a photograph in the room. Yeah. Seem to be renting a room, then that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Mr. Boone, drop the pretense. And tell the court exactly who you are. Really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You don't need to bother me.
Please, just leave it alone. As the man says. Leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. None of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if we are looking at this other way around? What do you mean? Yes, Consul, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. Now. But what if he didn't have it before? But consider the other possibility, that his prominent lip is itself a part of the elaborate disguise. And hiding that prominent feature, in the other words, reveals his true face. Will make it utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Huge Bone? Good. Witness, are you hiding the truth from this court? If that's the disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. The only one person he could really be. My lord, the defendant believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. Very well done, Consul. What is the true identity of this peddler, who simply goes by the name of Gossip on the street? Mr. Sholmes' case of Daily Vigil. Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Yeah. Don't recall that name, Consul. Who is Mr. Vigil? The name I encountered yesterday, my lord. Has to do with a certain client, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. Woman is photographed, in fact. That's Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. Eh? But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League gentlemen. Men. And last night you were put up with the prosecution service in preparation for testimony of this trial. Because you were led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses of the case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. Explains why you're not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife. She's beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just hold on a minute. I haven't had the first idea. What am I talking about, really? Simple enough to confirm my suspicions. All you have to do is pull off the disguise. No! Please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Well, they're literally going to pull that disguise off. Mr. DeRosso, Mr. Rossi, you will restrain the witness. The other witnesses will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Ah! No! Stop! Get off, please! Don't! Yep. So how far have you gone in the 14, or you still been...
I finished the story. I'm not to leveling up Gunbreaker. Level up on Minder tonight.
I just reached the 85 story. I'm about to hit 87, so the story is catching up to my level. Yeah, it only feels like half resolved at that point.
Yo, what's up?
You're back.
About last day, right after you left.
What was the number?
Okay, so it was 68, and I got it, and then I stayed for one more, and then everyone left.
Okay, so 69.
Yeah. I was gonna show you the mount, but then you can't. It's fuck. And I didn't take a picture. I forgot to. Maintenance is going on, so I'll show you tomorrow.
Now you can probably finish the story.
Yes, I can. I'm doing Genshin right now. Oh yeah, there's a world quest that gives you a net. You can capture creatures and stuff. I don't know what you do with them. I think you put them in your teapot. I captured a Ketsu. I was like yes.
There's probably just
Well, that and then there's also the trials. I've done 2 so far. I did the thunder and the freezing. I'm on the wind one right now. There's only the wind one and the serious trial one. Which one? What is that one? That's the unleash 10 elemental bursts in total. So it's elemental burst. Ultimate burst.
tell you the truth, like I just got on because I was like,
Just do this. Just do the story. Do the new guy's story. Just do that.
that
Not-
needs to be off
not-
the headset and shit.
Not the hangout. Just the story.
No, exactly. I have to go off headset.
Oh my god.
Because I want to hear it. That's
Well, did you
another
want to play something then?
there's, I don't know. I really don't know what I want to play.
Let's see. You got Monster Hunter. You got
Wow.
shit.
We're now seeing your true features, I
Yes,
presume.
Fire. Or on fire. Sorry, no, on. Shit as on.
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
Sorry, I just doing another variation for Sword Art.
Oh, what the fuck? Shit on fire? What?
Uno. Uno.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's allowed to play Uno.
Come on, guys. I'm just kidding, though.
I deleted that shit.
I know.
Fuck.
Uno's fun for like 5 minutes, and then
No, they hate me because you don't want to play with me.
For some reason, he cheats.
I don't cheat. The game that just loves me.
Yeah, man, that's cheating. Fuck that shit. That was the best form of cheating somehow, some way.
where a period of defense assertion was entirely correct.
He always wins.
This has all been a very elaborate deception.
What else? Oh, we
So
can try
witnesses,
basketball.
tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but
We could try it.
See.
Or,
this is no question. This is the inspector we saw at the park.
my Reaper's finally 90.
Extraordinary.
And I haven't even finished the story. Oh, and I saw someone that had the 580 scythe. Looks fucking dope as shit.
Yeah, I know.
I want it. I can't wait until they upgrade it where you can augment it and then you can dye it. Oh, I can't wait. That's gonna look dope. We can, augment it and then
Yeah.
dye it. I can't wait for that. If you
Isn't that what this patch is for, or is that a different one?
This patch is
the new tomes. I think that's higher than 570 tomes. The tomes right now is only the 570 item armor.
Yeah, 'cause I thought it was like supposed to be like a month later.
Yeah, you see, I wasn't the only
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not even. Yeah, but it's not even been a month though.
Yeah, exactly. That's not supposed. It's supposed to be 4 weeks.
Yeah, a month from the official release date, so the 7th of next month.
Dude, yeah, but dude, it's only been like 13 days.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That means people been fucking skipping the stories, getting to level 90, and then they like, there's nothing to do. I fucking hate people.
Well, they should have the creators should just have the if they want people don't want to rush to 90, lock the story. Well, not lock the story, but lock it to where you can't skip the cutscenes. I wouldn't mind. I really wouldn't mind. You can't skip the cutscenes.
You can't skip the cutscenes.
No, I'm just saying, you can't skip the cutscenes, so people that can't rush to the story.
But there's two type of people, you know?
I'm just saying.
People who likes the story, and then there's people who likes the game.
Yeah, the people that don't like the story don't fucking play the game.
And then there's people called John.
That's
God,
the people that don't.
that's the
Damn.
second fucking.
He's his own thing. I don't think he even likes the gameplay or the story, so he just skips everything. Or has Jazz do it for him.
Jazz doesn't do shit. It's his daughter.
Well, she used to.
I think she still does, probably.
I'm downloading Godfall now. It wasn't downloaded.
Oh, okay. I haven't downloaded, I haven't started yet. I was gonna play it, but I want to wait a little bit. I want to finish the story first before I start playing it. I got Monster Hunter. Well, I think it's dead stuff yet. I want to finish the vet, but it's
On the day in question, the Red-Headed League enrollment, man came to be Inspector Gregson and appeared before Mr. DeRusso, Russo, and Mr. De Rossi in the park. Was you disguised as the inspector, or rather,
it's the best time to do it now.
was you posing as the inspector with no disguise at all?
All Geo characters get a humongous, gigantic buff.
Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? We had promised. Why would you not quite possibly have been the future governor of this prison? What on earth could have been you've been doing peddling the tittle at Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Virgil worked at the prison. 10 years.
I think, right? Hold on, let me check. Is that right? Did I say it right?
I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am daily vigil. Been the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago,
Yeah, here's the blessing.
and now he realizes. So when did Mr. Huge Bone come from?
Your active character.
The one is the other me, the name I invented.
Yeah, your
Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here.
30% more damage, and the stamina
I'll explain everything.
they consumed is decreased by 50%.
I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become.
Well, I joined my game and killed 3 bosses or 4 bosses.
Or what?
As you say, it was 10 years ago that my employment at Barclay Chief Warder came to an end.
Wait, what are we fighting?
Having left the prison service, I searched for a new occupation which to earn a wage.
Wait, what?
Times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. Pressure one day, I turned to my hands at selling wares on Fresno Street. Boyer appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you're the chief warder at the Barclay prison. I was already determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. Opened an account in the bank under the name of Huge Bone. Rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. See, the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. Place from which I could emerge every morning at the 8 as a squalid peddler. Transform myself back every evening at 5 into the well-dressed man about town before returning home. It became my daily routine.
I just got to the part where I had to
Puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room,
return.
that explains it.
Return to
But why on earth did you just tell us it's the first place?
I just got there.
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them?
Try something.
Yes. Made such a terrible mess of everything. So one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell for passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't even hope to match the salary you must have commanded as the chief warder of the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? Some years after I invented Boone, I began my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. You mean to say the victim of was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working in the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity.
Get a teleport.
Then one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? That was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him?
Damn, that rock just went.
We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Ozarski tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress.
What did I get?
There's always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. Those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. As for those services, he'd compensate me financially. Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquishes identification in your care with intent to deceive. That, as I am sure need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What's the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me of numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone. Alright? Ever.
Water and an ice.
Even if I end up a croaker.
You do double wind.
Yeah, I'm not bringing ice in it.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well.
I mean, the ice is only during the.
He had something of a second office for him.
No, yeah, during the teleport.
So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson of the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise. Then I went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It occurred to me that the bruise on my neck would give me away. Dong, 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 dong,
Just take damage. Just eat it.
Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asagi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed by another location on the day of his course was before he was discovered. The hands of these two red-headed league men who imprisoned him and the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. And it had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur le Defense, for proving it. What? Yeah.
Meteor.
Order! 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 In the head. It would indeed appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses have no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Ooh, what'd I get? I got HP percentage, element of mastery, crit damage, and defense 5. Which one are we doing?
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission,
We're not gonna do
I'd like to pose one further question to the witness.
We are.
Kazuma?
The last one.
What question, Counsel?
we just do her, get her over with.
It concerns the evidence of 10 years ago. The events of 10 years. I believe you would have been present at the very significant execution that was carried out at the time.
I wanna try something.
10 years ago,
No, it's not.
the execution of the professor, Genshin Asagi.
Well, you have to walk
Want to
there.
know exactly what your involvement was.
I wanna try something, but I'm like,
Oh, answer me, man.
no, I was gonna go.
One moment, Counsel. So related to the current case. I made it relevant. Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that the case and the events of 10 years ago
Destroy her.
are inextricably linked.
It
Does the defense concur, Counsel? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama, no wonder he's acting this way. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago tell the tale of Genshin Asagi's last moments. His own father. I know, I do understand that. But even so, Prosecutor Asagi,
What?
do you genuinely believe
What you said? Wait. What do you mean confusing?
that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth of
I mean,
Inspector
I mean,
Genshin's
I
death?
could've brought Kuchasura, but she's not upgraded. If she was like
Gregson's
upgraded,
death.
Her artifact for like good, then she probably would like
Need you to trust
shoot
me,
it up.
please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. Of course. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy.
She had a
Yo,
shield.
what?
Does it not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years ago is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left in such an important job.
I need
Yes, you're right. And not only that,
I need more
Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know.
I need my own up before I can do it.
Human spirit is a fragile thing, broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Perfection. For the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. Experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear. We block it out, obliterate from our memories, seal it away.
It's like a killer. Oh, come on.
but it never truly leaves us. The seal is broken, the memories resurface. When they do, that fragile spirit may be crushed. Finally be crushed. But I really don't... Kazuma. If it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth is, the truth will not stay buried. It was coming out, one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are.
I was trying to kill her before. I should have popped Bennett. I should have popped Bennett and then did it.
It means to expose the truth at any cost.
If I popped Bennett, she would have died.
Perhaps if I point out that the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier might cause the critical memories to return to him. But should I present the evidence or not? Do it.
Should have died.
I have no idea how this is going to go.
My Bennett's not
It's
that
a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth.
She teleported, I died.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. It's a clear contradictory version of the events.
Yeah, I need to try to get Bennett. I need to try to get Bennett to 90. Mine's only 80 right now. I mean, his artifacts.
A few moments ago, you made the following statement.
Wait, she could have died if she didn't.
Is that from my role at the prison 10 years ago?
Yeah, I know.
Well, yes.
God damn
In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Ward on your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. It's a dismissal notice ordering an immediate termination of the prison staff member's employment. Dismissal notice. Name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
Everyone that's lectured
What?
here just gives an extra
What?
60% critical damage.
It's mine?
Yeah, critical damage 60%.
So you didn't resign from prison service after all.
120.
For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure.
Stop sending fucking
I'm sure I tendered my resignation. Dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a really good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have your number.
Is the event co-op or no?
According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on June 17th, 10 years ago. On that day, something very seriously took place in Barclay Prison.
It's the same thing like the last chow.
17th of June
It's like their trial
was
characters
that
do it. So the first one basically
the professor's
is,
execution.
electric. So you have to complete it. So you have to like
Professor.
run around, do some trials, and then do the big trial.
As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you have been present through the proceedings.
And then
It does sound familiar, and yet the execution never took place.
And it's freezing, and then the other one is a swirl. It's
The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave.
hold on.
The convict came back to life in the cemetery in the middle of the night. It was a witness. However, the witness claims that the moments after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly.
I'm almost there.
Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
I'm gonna go bomb fish.
Yes.
And all the
Seeing as
fish
you were in
are
charge of
like,
overseeing
"Hey,
executions at the
tough
time,
fish." They're
you must
just
have known the truth of what really
disintegrated.
happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief ordered daily vigil. Well, there are some memories in your head that can explain what happened in June 17th, 10 years ago.
They're already
Now is the
making
time
like information
for you to
that
drag
she's
him up.
Supposed to be as strong as God knew it.
Ah,
I agree.
Mr. Vigil.
Yeah, but they were saying that she's like,
Dot.
she's not Catalyst.
Yes, the whole prison.
Wait, Catalyst?
It was
or
complete chaos.
Well, I read that they're thinking that
What, the Shrine Maiden?
The prisoner escaped. He was
The
killed
Shrine Maiden?
in the cemetery.
I don't care.
Shocking, he was
If
ripped through the
if it's
Barclay like
not-
it was a hurricane.
If it's not a fucking Catalyst, I'm good.
What? What?
I really want her to be a sword character, because then if she's
Order!
a sword character, she'll be exactly
Order!
should be exactly like.
Do you mean to say, Mr.
Sakura
Vigil,
from,
that your memories have returned
Honkai
over the time?
Because they look
My
exactly
head,
the
it's
same person. Just different names. One's.
It's like some floodgates have been opened. Images, the screams,
They look exactly
Oh
the same,
my
just different
goodness.
names. One's Sakura, one's
the papers.
No, you said
There were reports, articles about a man who's seen a ghost.
the electric chick.
Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports are exaggerated.
Saying that she was her master.
No.
There were traces at the scene.
Yeah, the Shrine Maiden.
Traces of what?
Yeah.
So there's a possibility she is.
In Logia Cemetery at plot number 139,
I
blood.
want it to be.
Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course.
There's no point.
Obviously,
there's
something
no point.
terrible
There's
happened
no point
there.
to my ult. There's no fucking point, 'cause there's no point.
Depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging is quite staggering.
Oh, you
Reviewed the police records from the time extensively. Thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was
He's gonna teleport.
that the member of the prison staff must have been involved.
The only thing I see is the cutscene with a big bomb in the face.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abated the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it,
There was no point of
using that mass murder's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what?
What, you're,
I remember now.
police special.
The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison.
ooh, I got, ooh.
I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
HP flat, tack flat, crit damage, and pyro damage bonus. Ooh. What's the,
Sorry, Daly. This is serious business, but can I help you now?
oh, I wanna check, I just
Chief
wanna
Warder, you were responsible for receiving executioner for, yeah?
check. There it is. I can check.
Well, it seems that fellow Scotland Yard want to have a wee words with you about it.
Come on.
You better pack your things, laddie.
Crit rate,
You to attend in person.
and
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, I
okay. Let's see.
the professor, the most hated killer of our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over.
First store. I know they actually, you can actually use it.
Donk.
Oh shit, it's crit rate. Oh fuck. Yes.
Arda! Bailiff, fetch the doctor at once.
Let's see what it is. It is.
Court is adjourned for the day with immediate effect.
Oh wait, it didn't give me that effect. Crit damage? Nope. Attack flat. Damn it.
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer. Hearing
Come on,
curse
crit rate.
on the foggy ocean. Lord
No,
Van
actually no,
Zant,
crit damage.
Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, Dan Gregson,
Really? Attack flat again? Come on.
all of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same
I got
wreckage
2 more
of
times.
depths of
For,
But the miraculous
fucking,
light
like-
that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events
for actually like fucking
has playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Really? HP flat? Oh my god. Come on. Now it's only gonna be one of the skills.
To be
Crit
continued.
rate or crit rate or fucking crit damage. Hope it's crit damage. That's the only thing I really need. Nope, it's crit rate. Ugh. Really? That's the one I already have. What I have is 15% HP, crit rate of 7%, attack percentage, and attack
Investigation
flat
Part 2.
with pyro damage.
2 November. 3:38 p.m. Sholmes' suite.
Wait. This one has...
I still can't quite believe what just happened.
Oh shit, I might have lower HP.
I just can't believe what happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned.
Shit, I might
And it seems as
have
the
lower
individual was
HP.
taken to the hospital to recover. Right.
Attack flat goes up, attack percentage will go down.
10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out the window of the prison governor's office.
I don't know how much.
But ever since then, he's been completely blocked by the memory of the events from his mind.
38,000 HP.
Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open.
Yeah, it's not even, yeah.
Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark? I wonder.
Yeah, it's not really worth it.
Bruno!
This, yeah, yeah.
Oh, Iris.
I mean, yeah.
You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. You and Susie have an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh,
That's everything.
thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
That gives you, oh yeah, there's a world quest.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is?
Encapsulate creatures.
When I came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he had disappeared. Oh no, I don't know.
It gives you a
He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left.
Encapsulate
All he said was,
creatures
I must
inside.
leave.
I don't know what you do with them though.
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
Into your teapot? Let me check.
Well, you know what Hurley's always says, don't you?
Let's see.
There are mysteries in the world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean?
Where do they go?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he can't just take his own advice and leave all alone. He's solving mysteries are too important for him. That's so true. That's what I like about Hurley after all.
Oh yeah.
I suppose that's a lot of great detective in some ways.
Oh, so you can have a... Because I caught a kitsune. I'm like,
So then,
yes.
let's have tea. And I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have a time, Iris?
That's dope. You can like catch any
Yeah, I
of the
finished this month's manuscript at last.
put into your house.
With barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Brand new story to the reading the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin the day before the deadline.
I only did...
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes.
I only did the first two for the event.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Now then, my dear
5.
fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Oh wow, the last 3 will unlock in 6 hours. You got 6 days, 6 hours. So the dungeon is done. Get you like 1 day. 2, 3, 2, 4. Yeah. Did 2 right now.
Alright, so nothing new to investigate.
You have to buy the ones. That's
Huh?
horrible.
What? What do you mean by the net?
Yeah, once you use the net, you have to buy it.
Where do you buy it? Hey, hold
Yeah,
on.
the lady fucking...
You have to buy more. Well, look at count that one like something. I already have like 35 of the statues. I didn't put them around though. I just like made like 35.
Alright, so about this. I don't know, what was I thinking? I wonder if I showed her that. Poor Greg, see.
Tree's gonna be upgraded so that we can actually upgrade the 50 already. It's not gonna be like 2.5 for next one.
Definitely don't show her this. Alright, take a look at this. That's not right. I thought you were supposed to say objection or something like when you present evidence. No, that's only in court. It's not fair. If you don't say it, then I won't look. Hey, that was great. Right, next. Alright, get the message. Someone's not in the mood for looking at things. Iris, have you seen this? Your armband, the symbol of the defense lawyer in Japan. Bruno, you've shown this to me dozens of times already. Oh, have I? Thing is, I just feel wrong if I don't have it on my arm, you know? Well, if you ask me, I think you should at least wear something different every now and then. Oh, really? Like what? Well, I could make something for you, if you like.
Are you doing the teapot?
How about a band that squeezes your arm when you person talks to you tells a lie? I'll keep the space free on my left arm then.
What's the next challenge? I'm curious. The next one's wins. Trial is just. Oh wait, yeah, this is the whole time. What's the next one after that? Oh, you can't see it. Damn. What do I use for the win one? The win one I gotta use. I could use Kazuya, Kaching, Water Boy, Barbara, Ujosara, and Official. Oh, Official. Let's do Kaching.
This morning's trial. So how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Or Rezix definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody.
Boy and Barbara, I guess.
Yes, that's right. You managed to uncover a few new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now. Kazuma-sama is not himself. That way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know, I mean at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound on the way to his chasing down of Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent.
Wait, I want to switch to. Oh, come on.
What's going on in his head? I wonder.
What the hell? You gotta have Paimon in your freaking companion?
Really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through.
Yeah. It's like a darker version of Paimon.
A picture of Paimon or?
No, companion Paimon.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Whatever the. Oh my god, this sucks. Come on.
You know, I saw my brother doing a story once. It was like a question of like, "That's so expensive," or "Do you take a Paimon as payment?" What was the answer choices you could give?
Listen, Paimon is a mercy.
Let me present innocence. Gregson was really murdered by the day before his body was discovered. Or Rezix has to be innocent, don't you see? What? The day before? Hello. And thank you for the subscription.
Actually, they should just gave me fucking Gene or no, not
George, welcome. So you got into the giveaway then.
Oh come on! That really has to be.
How you doing, man?
Ice Marchers. So I have to be fucking ice archers? Really? And I can't fucking switch? Oh my... Wow.
Thank you very much for that subscription. Good luck in the sweepstakes.
I had to fucking use my ult already. I'm like, bro.
What? The day before? That should be easy enough to work out by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious.
It's fucking awful.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van though, aren't there?
Barba C6. Like, fuck.
Do you mean... I mean, what he was doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? According to the man's testimony, so he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? It turns out that little room wasn't actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then why was the notice board in there covered all those particular papers? Papers about cases linked to the Reaper. Starting to get a bad feeling about this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. Well, we must start by looking at the Inspector Gregson's movement of late. Gregson's movements.
Oh, come on, really? There's fucking no ice.
Ah, yes, that's what it is. It's a YouTube subscription. I was like wondering why they didn't show in the chat. Never imagined I had to investigate an inspector's movements. Well, according to an entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the redhead league the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same thing as Hurley? Well, Mr. Shum was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it would have been the other way around. Anyway, it turns out the inspector who went in to investigate the Redhead League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what it sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my! You're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector has something to do with he wished to keep a secret. I don't believe it, but I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. But perhaps they were more seasoned with something a little more potent than the salt and vinegar.
You mean electro reaction?
I think perhaps we should try to move on away from the food analogies.
Order electric.
Well, anyway, if Lord Manzeeks felt the need to investigate Gregson, yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
But just do Ayaka. I did Ayaka Water Boy because Water Boy's really good because he has the swords around, and I mean, what I'm doing is kind of a little dangerous because there's ice people and the swords will cover you with water.
Mr. Vigil's condition.
Yep.
Vigil, you say?
I'm just doing it just.
Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if we would help her find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't say Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital. You know which one?
So you have to do
St. Sinner's, the only hospital that exists.
20 times. And then you just gotta complete the challenge. So just run around and do every challenge, just don't do the final one, and then you just finish everything.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. That's amazing, Bruno. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have, by accident.
I think I completed it.
I don't know. Well, you would know when you
Doesn't pop out the numbers
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! When the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
I'm almost done. I got 2 of the agents. The rich.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more for 10 years after that.
Yo, did you hear that someone?
While he was working ostensibly as a peddler, he also had another secret job.
They fucking Jean the fucking.
He was paid by Grayson as a stand-in to impersonate the inspector.
Without laughing.
Sorry. Sorry. Okay.
Stop laughing.
Okay, sorry. They're like some like actress or some fan or something, like, or well, they're not ready, but like they made chunky condoms.
Condoms?
Yes.
Well, I guess that's what comes after body pillows.
Yeah.
No, I have to say what he says.
To impersonate Gregsy, but why? Absolutely no idea.
Barbara.
Jeannie was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though.
The ice one is like the only one that you can actually have 2 healers. The ice one, I put 2 healers. I have Barbara, and then I have
I think you're gonna pay a visit to Mr. Virgil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then. Again.
I don't know if I actually finished the challenge.
I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it?
I can't tell if I finished the challenge.
Let's investigate, my dear fellows.
Oh no, shit. Did I
Susie,
you're
he's gonna be more enthusiastic than usual today.
Fuck it, I'll just go in and see if
anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will get him, send him straight again. That water pistol? I stuffed it full of piping hot extra special blend of mine. I'm quite sure it'll be more effective. I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels like a little strange that Mr. Schultz is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find. Yes.
Wow, I got frozen.
We can go up here, but we have nothing to do up there. We have nothing to do here. I guess we can't go here. So now we're legal consultancy.
Yep, just do Ayaka,
what to do.
Boy.
Are you right, Mr. Naruto? It's rather unusual to find themselves in the middle of an investigation. It occurred to me that I might have forgotten something while I was left this morning. Please don't worry, as long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you can't go far wrong. Yes, of course. Work as soon as I possible.
Yeah, I have 2 ice for extra damage, and then 2 wooders for another effect.
We missed the photograph again. It's a lovely photo we took together when I had to leave London, though it was a sad day. Happy the same photograph is displayed in my room at home, you know.
Swirl of ice.
We're back together again. Be nice to take a new photograph.
For the ice one, you have to.
Oh yes, that would be wonderful.
Freeze the enemy 20 times.
Yeah, Kaya has a swirl of ice when
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, you can use, yeah, I know. I just had Diana because healer. And she does ice. I had her and Barbara. Go like,
Do you know? I haven't visited this place for some time.
just in case. Then I have Ayaka.
2nd November. British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office.
It took me 12 minutes to clear that. God damn. It took me 12 minutes. Because I kept getting frozen.
No arguments, Prosecutor Asagi. No arguments, Prosecutor Asagi. You will have to continue the trial today as I instructed. Is that clear?
Oh yeah, for the electrical one I chose...
Perfect. It's Kazuma-san.
I think I chose the
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it.
Yeah, I used
He never did know how to back down.
I used the Raiden Shogun and I think... And I forget.
On your way now, Asagi.
Finished the ice one already?
My lord?
Wait, wait, you didn't like...
ready?
Did you freeze 20 enemies?
Kazuma?
Damn. Did I finish the swirl? Yeah, I did. Yep. Oh, never mind. You have to
You
get
left
the
without
trigger
saying a
25
word.
swirl reactions in total, 25. Never mind, not 20. 25.
Yes? What are you doing here?
But you got your...
Oh, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions. If you wouldn't mind?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a wrap.
I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today.
The next one you have to do
But
is...
Professor Asagi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it longer than necessary.
The characters you get
Prosecutor Asagi.
is...
Unwelcome inquiries?
Rated Shogun,
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time.
Ujasara,
Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43.
yeah.
We must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruto.
Lisa, and
In a miraculous not even 5 minutes.
then you get,
Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off.
the little...
I need information.
And I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. When characters use 10 ultimate members, all party members will gain 20% normal attack damage, attack speed, and 10% movement speed for the duration of this trial. If you do 10 ultimates. I think the best thing to do that is probably all lightning. Just put all lightning.
Can I show you this, Strongheart? I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. Oh. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull.
There's no healer though.
Ah, so that's the real reason.
Just all lightning. Well, don't get me wrong, when the Raiden Shogun actually does bring all the characters' ultimates back like that. So,
The Reaper and the closed trial.
pump. So yeah. Fujisara's really good. I want to see what they
Does
put on
Prosecutor
Fujisara.
Asagi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper?
I see what they put on him.
I wouldn't know.
They get the funniest warbow artifacts.
It was 10 years ago, at the fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among judiciary. The next trial he fought, he lost.
Yeah, that's a good one. Oh my god.
It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted,
Never mind, that's my
all
consolation.
thanks to jurors being under duress. That's awful.
Grab C6 from your shoulders.
The man's freedom was short-lived.
Well, now.
He lasted just 3 days.
Devastating.
Yes, let me see.
Such much.
He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Oh my god.
Correct.
I was like,
That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
I was looking for like some
People
more
believe Lord Van
games.
Zeeks was responsible.
SpongeBob and Patrick one.
He was brought to trial himself,
Okay, Patrick,
but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then.
Patrick, that's the ultimate.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued.
Such
In
devastation.
total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, sensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Like literally, this such devastation. This dude just got his ass ripped. And now he turned into electric. Ooh, nice catch.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may be well revealed by this trial. And the impact of that revelation would be have on British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Closed trial. This country hasn't had a closed trial in 10 years. So the last one was the professor's trial against Shinasagi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute the trial for yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. But the son of the man Lord Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. You do say what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Cosmos? I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe.
Oh shit.
As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with all the others.
God damn, that's just like brutal.
I don't remember if I ever showed. Yep, the office of Lord Chief Justice is inside Big Ben.
Where's the red beam?
I need the swap controllers.
What does this do? What does this do?
Ah, so that's what all these gears are about here.
God damn it, man.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of this great machine, I'll be forced to take steps. Don't.
I'll be back 1 second. Pain in the fucking ass, man.
So you guys all done with the fishing related things? And you have to get like 500 fish or something for something.
Oh, you're talking about Genji? Nah. I haven't done that.
I'll be forced to take steps. What? What do you mean? ... Not something which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I have been delayed by attending my meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that's a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us attacking with Prosecutor Sagi. Discussions between the defense and prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him at his office. Oh, thank you. Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment.
Alright, we still have to get to this trophy. Talking to Gina after Rinosuke regains consciousness following the incident with Toby. Which we haven't encountered yet, so we're still waiting on that. The Great Waterloo Hotel. Or we can't go. Or the prison governor's office. I don't believe we have any business that will require us to visit here at the moment. Let's go to prison. Second November, local prison. Cell number 1. Where Van Zeeks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Dot. What do you Japanese want? What was that? That's no way to greet your lawyer who's trying to hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Dot. Perhaps not. Huh? I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruto? Or Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh, well, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very strange. Very, very strange. That. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you. By your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me to loathing all the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper of all these years. Played the part? Nothing to examine. Let's see if there's anything we can present to him. Mr. Virgil, what about the handgun? What's that? Ah, it's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion on, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to... Welcome back.
Which one are you doing, Mark? Where are you?
It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt extraction information from prosecutor by legal means. I think we have more defense and client relationship now, don't we?
Just didn't finish it because I had to fucking go do something.
Nope, he doesn't want to talk about anything. Alright. So we'll just straight talk then. The Reaper's identity.
Is Mark there?
He should be. Said something a moment ago.
Guess he's not there.
You told me before that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce an amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing that part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman, the criminal killed by the Reaper, attacked you only the other day, and it was just the most. There he is.
Oh.
And that was just the most recent of many attempts in your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose to your organization. Ah, it's a whole organization.
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have a very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody in Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at you can't mean. It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper's organization. Tobias Gregson. No! No! Gregson the Reaper?
You did an electric one now? Oh. The electric one. I completed the 10 ultimates or burst, but I didn't complete it because I had to go do something.
So the reason you were expecting Gregson is because they expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper and the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with the close ties to Scotland Yard. But there is no doubt that Gregson was a key member of the organization.
There's one of those.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy, he's to blame behind all these awful criminals meeting their... Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh? He was the tactician. His job was to uncover, investigate the marks, and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he rarely needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil comes in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing about the Reaper, but the room he rents in Fresno Street is almost certainly the headquarters of the operation.
Right now, I'm just, right now, I did Radiant Shogun, B2...
Grayson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
The wind first.
So you don't actually know who carried out the killings then?
Because, like, there's no healers, it's just all
Actually,
electric.
I do have a name.
A lot of electric.
You... what? If you know the man, then you must know the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman.
Wait, how do you
Oh?
do 10 ultimates? Oh,
it's just ultimates?
Yeah.
She's a young woman by the name of
Mental burst?
Asashin.
Yeah,
An assassin named Asashin.
So, like, basically, like, when you do, like, for example,
Wait,
you have,
what?
the
Shin?
Radiant Shogun's ultimate, while you're doing your ultimate, every other character that's not
Miss Asashin.
active, they'll
The
be
true name of a
like,
killer I know only too well.
like super fast.
She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. During the scene that diplomatic protection would help her escape from Japan conviction,
I'm almost done. I
the mysterious woman was herself murdered by a small summer beach hut.
What? She died?
Who died?
Ellie.
And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Unlikely. Mr. Nero, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
You can't.
No, of course not. We can't mention it here.
I mean, I still did the 10 ultimates.
That she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know who, and it's very likely the man was her father. Asashin. I should let my father know at once. Yes, I agree.
Reason I'm using Beidou because her ultimate gives you a shield. And then I'm using the wind burst because, well,
Prosecutor
oh, because her ult, like, sounds like a little
Kazuma,
thing
isn't
that
it?
will, like,
Kazuma Sasaki.
keep the enemies from
You said he's a friend of
staying in
yours.
place, I guess.
My best friend.
I guess they're staying in
He's the
place,
whole reason I got
guess,
to
for
come to
kills.
Britain.
It's like a taunt kind of thing.
It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Just the damage.
Yes, I understand that the only very best students are selected for such opportunities.
I mean,
I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance today reminded me of his father, Genshin Asagi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time of the was the root of the numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man like pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asagi was carving out a canker from the society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. True. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clem Van Zeeks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did the damn Japanese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. You saved your life? How did that happen?
The wind bitch heals. The little ninja.
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night.
I never even know that.
That was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
642.
So Clem Van Zeeks had already been killed at this point. And
And the fucking grades are like big ass.
Genshin and I were walking down some of the back streets at the late hour.
So huge.
Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden,
Oh yeah, if you test out the new guy,
don't make a
the
beat.
guy has, like,
You're coming with
he's
us.
Actually, is finally the only kid, the only right now has like.
You were
its
surrounded.
unique,
You were surrounded.
Charge attack with
All
the
of our
razor.
assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves.
Yeah, I know, I tried it.
Yeah, he has like his own unique.
Clean was not only one from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well.
Hey, I finished it.
Scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already.
Strongest single.
Yeah, it's
strike.
Van Zeeks, alright, we got him.
58,758.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. Just when I thought my time had come.
Single trier. I did 24 elemental.
If I let him kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asagi's voice, just a whisper in my ear.
I can't do a wish. Fuck.
Bang.
I can't do a wish.
After that, I don't remember exactly what happened.
I could do a wish if I do.
Next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
Damn.
How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I had held in such high regard.
That's anyway. That tomorrow, Friday afternoon, we'll go shopping to see for the things.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
I'll probably do the spiral biz tomorrow. I got like a week, 2 weeks.
That's the end of my miserable tale. Never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Tomorrow and then just get it out of the way.
Oh, thank you for confiding in me.
Now. Hey, is your godfall done?
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson.
Okay. I'm gonna go on.
I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe it that Gregson was essentially the Reaper,
Challenger is like you start off already max level. There's no story. It's just
giving assassination orders to Jezebel Brett.
multiplayer co-op part. Kind of.
Mr. Naruto, let's go inform my father. Sure, our government will want to hear about this new information. Well, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie.
What?
Hooray!
Give me 1 second.
Alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then.
Okay. Sorry, what? For who? Okay, nice. I just want to get one copy of the new Forster. just want to get one copy of him. Just one. I mean, he's really good because, like, he's like Kujisara, but, like, you know, Chio, basically. Well, like, unavailable for challenge edition players. Yeah, normal. Experience the gladful of way as seems to play. Start at level 1 and earn your end game by playing through the story. No, end game.
Is it like a new game plus, like a Final Fantasy 14 have?
A level 50 character with all end game content and matchmaking unlocked. Yes, that's the challenge edition.
That sounds kind of like the new game plus for 14.
I thought choose a class or something. But, like,
2nd November, Great Waterloo Hotel for you.
there's a weapon.
I thought it yesterday and I think it again. This place is so princely.
Can I skip
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling that you'd think the same tomorrow too.
skip?
My tea had a finer fragrance of whatever they're serving in that tea room here though. Wouldn't you say? Oh, look what we have here. It's an unexpected pleasure.
Oh shit. Already started.
Ah, father. Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely. What a charming young lady. And you are?
Oh, this looks pretty.
This is where it might reveal it. Oh, really? So you're the author of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you? That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service. Susie's been such a wonderful friend of me over the last year, you know.
Normal mode, but it says
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say, I read your work rarely with great interest. Much interest.
You just gotta do the.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, father.
Well, everyone thought the.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes in some way to explaining your bright look in your eyes.
You don't have to start at level 50.
You wouldn't be smiling so early if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
My class.
Now then, young Naruto.
Phase mode.
It's a pleasure seeing you again earlier in action.
Do active.
As an invitee to the symposium, it has allowed me to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Though I'm sure you're fairly limited by Kazuma on the other end. No, please don't misunderstand.
The lock on.
It was you who impressed me.
Light attacks. R2
Really?
For heavy attacks.
Oh, that's the touch.
You didn't miss a step against Asagi, and we all know how capable he is. Really,
R3
you have matured as a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
Same thing as Dark Souls.
Very kind of you to say so. Actually, nice to hear. I saw in court today confirmed that I had been hoping for.
Do it with just a sword right now. Right?
The favor I mentioned earlier yesterday, and I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh no, you did mention something, didn't you?
Find the
But first, we have something to report, Father.
What's this?
Of course. Shall we take a tea while we discuss the matters further?
Breaking. Hey, and don't forget, there's pots everywhere.
I wonder if Judge Chichikoku has gone to.
I'm just breaking all of them.
I'm breaking them already. You sprang. No.
I don't think we have anything important to present to him.
Attack, you did like a rush.
Oh yeah.
Look at this, Professor
Stick
Midokotaba.
it.
Ah, Kazuma-san,
No,
man.
you can't do it.
He was wearing it when
on
he
R2 though.
left for Greatman.
No, just
How curious. It doesn't strike me as all as odd to see you wearing it. It rather suits you. Oh, you're intending to return it to him? Well, yes. I mean, it has his name on it.
I did one.
Now you found him alive. It makes sense for me to keep it. Well, if you ask me,
Teleport to the other
I think Kazuma will be delighted to see you wearing it.
I'm at the next part where you
Well, I feel honored if that were true.
yeah. You fight like a couple dudes, a couple guys I'm fighting right now. I went because they can go across or down. I went down.
Oh, look, a
I don't know
gun.
if I was supposed to go down.
For some reason, I wonder, could you show you something?
No, yeah.
Why do you seem so nervous? Well, because I'm a student showing something to a professor, so it's quite nerve-wracking.
Wait. Yeah. Well, no.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you that way, but anyway, I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about it, really.
Oh, what is this fucking God of War now?
Oh yeah, that's cool. The fucking like circle thing. Oh wow, you can. You can jump over gaps.
X is to dodge.
X is to dodge. Okay.
Yeah.
About the Reaper. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I changed it. I would have.
I've heard rumors, yeah. Some members of the judiciary explained it to me yesterday.
No, circle for
Of course, when I was visiting a student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
I'll tweet the sprint.
Right, it didn't appear until after the case with those visiting students already returned home. Lord Van Zeeks was in the dock today.
When the guy we already
That
started
was Barack.
badass as fuck.
That was Barack, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe.
Press square to restore health.
That's right. He's known throughout the London as Reaper, as you heard, but the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see.
X to evade enemy.
So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact. I beg your pardon.
This is PvP.
Did you say Assassin? You mean the Jezebel Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Is, but you don't have to do it.
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed?
You don't have to do it. You
I'm
don't
not
have to.
Professor Mikotaba, I think perhaps we should discuss that right now. This right now. Because that friend the professor's talking about, Dr. John H. Wilson. Because that is her daughter.
I'm gonna do it.
His daughter.
Oh, I got hit.
And that's something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. She should find out, though. Well, I guess we're gonna talk about it.
How do we? Press square to store health. We just have to press it or hold?
Yeah.
Dr. John Wilson. I just remember something. Biscuits. The hotel has some of the most delicious looking biscuits.
Let's look at the giant door.
That was rather out of the blue.
Is that even a giant door?
She is doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if they can purchase some.
Oh shit.
I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris?
No, I don't go that way.
Oh yes.
Oh, where you gotta go?
You can sit. You can try to leave me behind. Just try to leave me behind. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yeah, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes. But the name credited to the author isn't Iris, is it?
Come on, big guy.
Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That was the name of her father, you see. Her father.
I haven't showed yet.
Dr. John H. Wilson.
I got one, yeah. I picked up.
I was deeply indebted to him, man, for all the kindness he has shown me during the time in London.
Okay, sweet.
So I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Humane University 4 years ago.
Wow, someone has a fucking gun.
Yeah, where I said
But he was murdered last year by Jezebel Brett.
Oh shit, there's two.
Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about the case,
Alright.
but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Could I just shield past someone?
Well, I can't say I would have ever spoken about his family, so I didn't know he had a daughter or not. But I think what I can say with some certainty that he was never a great detective's partner.
Hold L1 and press R2.
So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Oh wait, dude, R2 is you throw
Well,
your shield.
John and Wilson are both common names after all.
Became like Captain America.
So it's probably not the best to mention it to a young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back! The cinnamon biscuits. Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon go very well with the tea they have served here. Don't you, Susie?
I know there's more weapons.
I'm thinking.
Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Now it sounds right.
Yeah, now it tells me. It's like,
I
oh, Captain
found out
America!
by accident.
Judge Koku. I haven't seen Judge Koku in a while, have you?
Oh, wow, that actually still hit me. Damn.
Guilty.
Oh, yeah,
Ha 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 ha. Guilty. Ha ha. But guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either.
Silent, I guess.
True.
Takedown is when you knock them down on the floor.
I suppose this is just supposing
Oh god, this guy's tethered.
opening was postponed. You have to explore the.
You have to deal
You've
with
gone to explore the Great Exhibition.
Got him.
That still reminds me of something you mentioned earlier yesterday
Oh yeah?
about Jishinkoku having one spin in the dock himself.
Captain America.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, it was tied up all to that cursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. So Shiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify.
Oh, you can reflect.
But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand.
Aim, phase mode, hold the phase jump. Wait, what? The phase jump?
Oh my.
Fuck phase jump right now.
He uses some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Upstairs.
Oh shit.
Oh dear.
Oh, hold L1.
Though I was worried to easily imagine him doing that. But it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and returned home to Japan together.
Oh, take down! Oh, damn it.
Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking of Shishiro. A copy of the photograph we took together here yesterday. Here, please. Oh, what a lovely picture.
I think he played the back so we can play. I think it's more people.
Suddenly it seems to shout, "We arrived in Britain."
You just need me.
Commemorative photograph has entered the court record.
Power attacks cannot be parried or blocked, and always knock you down. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Commemorative photograph. A photograph taken in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel in the morning. Professor Mutaba and
Brad.
Joji Goku's arrival in symposium.
Captain America!
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
Oh shit, it's a
Get out of my
chest.
fucking head.
It's a chest. Pick up
The
everything.
stairs.
Oh, it's just all healing. Where does the stairs go?
Yeah, the big chest though.
It shows like some weird creatures. I just like one shot of them.
Oh shit, there's another one. Oh shit, there's two.
No, that's so true.
I can't get all the items out of the chest.
The
I have to
favor.
like all the healing item. Can we fight a ball? Oh shit, cutscene.
So you mentioned the favor that you'd
shit,
like
it's a
me to
boss.
ask.
Oh shit! Yes, I have
Well, this fateful trial that we're fighting, one way or another, it'll be over before long. When it is, I'd like to ask you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do what?
Get out of there.
Father? What's the meaning of this?
Get on fire.
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand.
Oh shit.
Japan's judiciary system is of infancy, especially when it comes to the defense. Oh, you mean
Oh god, what's that circle?
the Supreme Court of Judiciary is desperately in need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible.
Yeah, that really.
Really quite urgently, in fact. But I haven't been only a year yet.
I wanna like.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents.
Oh yeah, if you
Seeing you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. So, you'll be leaving then, Runo?
I guess you don't kill
But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
I'm watching the cutscene. Actually, it's pretty cool.
You came here to serve as Usagi's judicial assistant.
Why does someone has like a fucking cape?
Oh yes, that was supposed to be she was supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Oh, yeah, he's.
Government is still in the process of deciding how to best deal with his situation, though.
He's like, oh, oh.
You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment
It looks like there's only 3 classes.
in this matter also. Father, please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. Merely a suggestion, you understand. I hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. I'm asking that you consider it and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
You know, the voice
Okay,
of the
alright.
guy sounds like John 17.
You won't leave,
I leveled up.
will you, Runo?
This is a level 2.
You heard?
Yeah.
The thought hasn't even crossed my mind. But till now, I've just been trying to do what I believe in Cosmos will.
Actually, wait.
It turns out that he's still alive.
John
So,
17.
Halo.
where does that leave me?
Oh, okay. Equipment menu.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, you can telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with information
Oh, shit.
about
Oh, you
Asashin.
can get different weapons.
Of course, Father. Thank you for...
I got a hammer. I got a fucking hammer. Oh my god.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Wait,
Oh, good, and
dude,
please
wait,
come
wait,
to buy
wait.
Baker Street sometime, will you?
Dude, I'm holding a freaking
Love to
chicken
entertain you.
hammer with the fucking shield.
I would be delighted. Best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo.
Wait, what does it look like when I spray?
And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home.
So what do I think do?
My
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father.
spirits
I'm sure you'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all
I gotta
this.
see what the takedown is.
Yes, no doubt.
Damn.
Asashin?
Okay, so when the yellow bar
Of course,
comes
it's
up,
so
that
obvious.
means, it's
How could I...
takedown.
It's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Really, what have you been? Why, I joined you for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
It's hammered.
I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Perhaps a more pressing concern, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes?
I'm trying to like look.
Must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of most urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, whom will I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Well... My father just left now to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan itself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
Problem. Again.
I don't think what father supports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
I got it.
Not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to have this sent. I will, but what is it? No questions at that, please. Mr. Zato.
What's this fruit move?
All we can do is pray.
Okay, let's do it.
That for once, my deduction is awry.
I'm just exploring like the beginning.
Does that imply your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly. Now then,
where I just killed the guy.
you're surprised to learn that I'm a very busy
They're
man.
still there.
Yeah.
What, they got the hammer?
I opened 2 treasure chests. I got the hammer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So you have no time to hide behind
It's the same area, I'm just
CTs
on
and
the
eavesdropping under
second
people's
floor.
conversations.
Second floor.
So that's what joining us for tea meant?
What's happening?
Either sending this to your hands in,
Oh,
my dear fellows.
What? You find a great sword? 'Cause
Ah, wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes.
no, I.
He didn't say for who it was for. Sword just ran out, didn't he? At quite a pace. He left an unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
We start at level 50.
Oh
Must catch up with father telegram office at once.
no. Maybe because this is the tutorial?
I run and call a cab straight away.
I don't think this is the tutorial. I think this is the story.
No, this can't be because we can't do it, remember?
And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill.
Yeah, it says skip the tutorial. Okay, again, not a weapon? No. What's this? Oh, okay, you can have 2 different weapons. You have 2 weapons equipped. Rings. Not a shield. No.
Alright, been a bit. Some ways this space seems rather suited to Lorenzo. I'll just say that out loud.
Is there any more chests under on the second floor, first floor? How many were there? Oh, I see 1, 2. Well, on the first floor? First floor.
Yeah.
One.
Alright, let's go investigate the room then. This place is thick with dust, isn't it? There's a chill in the air too.
Two. One on the left, one on the right. Where's the third one?
It's like a November Fresno Street.
You said there was 3, right?
There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years in Snowboard. Yes, historical lore Seeks defeats in court. I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true. All these people had been a background of dubious dealings. And in the end of the course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death.
I'm gonna look on the second floor.
Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about.
I know, but you said there was 3 chests on the first floor. I don't see 2.
Photograph of Miss Vigil.
There's 2 on one side. And
Relishing the identity of this lady was a great clue in exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth.
No, that's. Oh, no, I know.
Transformation was incredible, wasn't it?
Second floor.
Aside from the twisted lip.
You said there's 1 chest on.
Yes, he went for extraordinary efforts to play the part of huge boon in Mythly. Although it didn't really seem like there was much of an effort to me. Oh, now that you say it, I have to agree. It's almost as if Mr. Vigil's true character. This is true character.
I see 1
People
on the
really are
left
hard to
side,
fathom sometimes.
1. Yeah, 1 on the left side.
yeah, and then there's 2 on the right.
That revolver, who does it belong to?
One that's near the steps.
Well, we know it's one of the tip issued to the members of the police force and judiciary. Whereas his own gun was found at this person. So, of course, Lorenzik admitted losing his firearm, which he had been issued. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruto. Starting to think the cold, hard prosecutor I could become friends. After all,
The treasure chest disappeared.
then I do wish you every success.
Yeah, so if you got it, it disappears.
Oh, okay. So there is.
I would imagine this little figurine would have turned out to be a watch, wine, and key.
Okay, second floor.
Suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. Seems there was too much to Inspector Gregson than he ever realized. He is clearly a brilliant man. And the fish and chips threw us off.
Upstairs. There's a
I
lot
feel as though it ruined his image.
of sections.
I really don't think we should blame him. One of Gritton's staple cuisines. But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel instead of old briar pipe that was always his hand? Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips. Rather disappointed, if I'm honest. Exactly. Catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it? Such a bright color, it certainly makes an impression. Yes. It can't possibly commit any crimes, can it? I mean, the redhead standing out like a sore thumb. Afraid our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London.
I don't know if that's where I'm supposed to go.
I suppose that's true. You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruto.
There's another pass.
I wasn't.
On the second
But now I am.
That's
It turns out Mr. Gregson didn't actually die here at all. Where on earth could he have been killed? One way or another, we must find out, for the inspector's sake.
on the second
You know,
floor.
you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, sorry. So think of all... Though I conjure some horrible images in my mind. Your imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty.
I found, yeah, there's a chest all in the back on.
Using a candle as a timing device. Very ingenious, I must say. Yes, the culprit arranged so the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock, and then left.
I guess I
The
just.
loud bang we heard was precisely the moment before Van Zeeks arrived, yes? Well, you hadn't picked that gun on the floor. Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine. Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter
I
experience.
got a long sword.
I would have turned and run a mile for sure.
Oh, I can't.
Which may not have done you any favors either.
Shit. Gotta do wield 2 long swords? Try that. I mean, there's already dual blades. So.
Yeah, but those are short ones. Two long swords is cooler.
There's gotta be more weapons, I believe, for sure. Oh, it's one of those teleporty things. God damn, this place is huge.
Alright, we got nothing here.
Oh, I'm at the part where you have to jump. Whee! Oh my god, that's a big ass fall. Like, look down, it's like, oh!
The hospital bed.
Where am I supposed to go? Uh-oh.
You have permission now. Let's pay Cosmo a visit.
I don't go that way.
Probably stop at this for tonight.
No, there's no way. There's only you.
2nd November. Prosecutor's office.
No.
So, this is the office of the prosecutor Asagi now, is
Where
it?
am I supposed to go?
Kazuma-sama is doing well for himself.
Oh,
He is always forced to kneel at the floor, Japanese style in a dark corner. It's a habit to sit the Seiza style whenever he's working.
okay.
There he is. Kazuma.
I want a gun. That'd be nice.
Thought you wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. Sorry about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? Then you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
What weapon are you now?
I'm using. Oh,
I always believe you fulfilled your dream of advocating for British courts.
yeah, it's common for right now.
I imagine to have been second prosecutor.
I'm using
No, it just gave me another.
Seeing you standing in the foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. Truly happy for you. Truly kind of you, Judicial Assistant Mikotaba. Ryunosuke. Always thought that it would be fun for you to shake up the British legal system a little together.
Take that.
This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but suppose it's just another twist of fate. Learned a lot of things during my time in London. Asasu's son father was self-visiting student here once with Judge Shinkoku. And what happened with your father? Then you have no difficulty understanding. Why, I had no choice. I had to find a way to get Britain a visiting student myself. That was just a minute. I want to hear from you,
Where do you think you're going?
Kazuma.
I do.
As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Bow or something. I got something on what I got. I got another one.
Lord Ramsey's fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up. Yes, he is extremely particular about that.
What's this?
He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks and the bottles and their contents.
Slightly.
Gosh, you must have a rough time being all his apprentice.
Damn.
Actually, no.
Great sword.
Oh? He's so particular about it, he refuses to let anybody else touch it, any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. There's Lord Van Zeke's incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. That was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeek when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke.
Damn, yeah.
We both know you can't even manage a minute.
Oh, you died. So what happens if you die?
It just says start from the checkpoint.
You know who that man in that portrait is.
I haven't died yet.
Why would I?
Well,
What?
I died because
But you're Lord Van Zeke's apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend.
No.
During my time here, I suffered from amnesia. I didn't even notice the picture. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I had the first idea of what the man decorates his office with.
I like some kind of red.
Oh, the sword and shield. Quick turn.
What the? Another diagram. It's a scale model of the crime scene.
Fucked me over. I did a quick turn.
Oh, yes, I realize that.
I got hit. Like,
This prosecution office make a model of the scene of every single case? Apparently so.
Oh god, I'm gonna die. Oh yeah.
Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you don't spot before.
Die by that guy. I died by
Actually, the miniature notice board is my work.
Oh,
To be honest, you enjoy making that.
I'm gonna die. I'm ready.
try to take down the shooter. And then there's gonna be like more shooter at it protected.
And the casks. Cast floor to ceiling just like the last time we were here. Hollowed barrels, I suppose. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week they're all taken out and put back in order.
Give it a cups.
What? Every week?
You don't get none.
The Razzies can't seem to settle on the perfect way to arrange them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide, and that's the trouble. Gosh, being his president must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel laughs and here and in court.
I need my potion. I don't think I even have it,
Alright. Oh, the bats.
Well, one break item.
Timber comes in.
Ah! You disturbed the bats, didn't you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeeks, wouldn't you say?
Give you potions.
Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think.
Shit's a big guy with a great sword.
Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank of a judiciary here. But bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you?
Oh, come on, it didn't do anything.
What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. I'm just thinking out loud. You disturbed the bats, didn't you?
Shit, I'm gonna die.
Alright. So you have anything to present. Bang.
I didn't take down
Kazuma,
one, though.
this is your armband.
With the hoods.
Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry.
I don't understand.
You're a defense lawyer. You have the talent for it. I've always known that you would.
Takedowns?
And now you chose to take that path in your life.
No.
As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud.
You trying to
Kazuma. So you keep a hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. The armband would have had no meaning to me.
I
Well,
think
if
I
you're
have a better
sure,
one ready. Put it on.
thank you, my friend.
Do I have a necklace?
Gun?
No.
The Reaper, alas. I'm gonna get my revenge.
Yeah.
Kazuma?
Oh.
Van Zeeks isn't responsible for your father's death. And he's not the Reaper.
And
He's the defendant and deserving a fair trial.
common.
You mean like the one my father had? Close trial now too. The conditions are exactly the same as they were 10 years ago. Even if it ruffles some feathers, I plan to show that man for what he really is. Kazuma.
Wait. Hey, what did you say on my
Look
screen?
at me at this. There's only one place where the defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss that in the courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by that situation.
A portion of enemy's health
So that make of it.
into
I get the feeling my friend's always gonna have this edge over me, isn't he?
use R2 to deal satchel damage equal to the enemy's soldier build up.
The photograph, really?
I'm trying to see if there's anything else I'm missing.
Alright, so I guess we could just discuss. Alright.
Oh, that hurt.
Alright, I'm gonna head out. Have a good night, guys.
Who's leaving?
Me.
Oh, okay.
Do some package delivery tomorrow. Getting closer to the end of the game.
Chest.
Alright. Good night all. Thank you all for coming in, hanging out, lurking. Hope you have a good night. Be sure to check out my socials so you can stay up to date on stream changes and read the random stuff I post. So let's see who's on the raid.